Hey, Chabes, and welcome to another expedition of the anime Encyclopedia. Sorry that I had an extra day there. I'm on streaming Saturday instead of Friday, but it's fine. We're good. We're fine. We're still streaming twice a week, even though I'm gonna be more busy this month. We'll see. I got a lot to do. I have a lot of things happening every day and everything. It's a lot. I'm hoping I don't burn out before things happen. Here's hoping, but it's okay. I'm happy. I think we're doing okay here. I'm very, at the moment, obviously it has to still happen, but I'm pretty feeling okay about this project and its progress and everything. But I am approaching quite the hefty juggernaut here. Hello, Greg. I'm not burnt out right now. I'll say that. But when I'm looking at what's ahead of me, I'm worried. I am. Tomorrow, I think, usually I leave early, go to church, and then I'm at my parents' house most of the day. But they have a lunch or something. They're going to be out. They're not going to be back till 4. So I think I'm going to stay here till 4 and work on finalizing a design for something that I'm working on. Or at least get as much progress on that as I can. And that's the last day of April. And then that's that day. Monday, it'll have to be digest. Ugh. I don't know about digest, fellas. Digest is gonna probably be the first to go with all the stuff going on. Yeah, but I can do digest on Monday. Tuesday, stream and probably work on design if I can't. If that's not a thing, that's still not finalized. Wednesday I have but then Tuesday night stream. Wednesday I have something with a mutual, and then talking with. But then the early morning, maybe I can finish something there. Maybe work on my video a little bit. Sorry if I'm doing this on the stream or whatever, but it's just, I don't know. But then Thursday, I'm going to be out 8 to 4. And then Friday, I'm going to be out 8 to 4. So I think, and then the 6th, I'm at my other job. So I think I can still stream on Friday. It'll just be a lot. Hopefully I can withstand it. Yo, good to see you, Glowworm, and good to see you, Ouchie. I don't know if the levels are good. I think they're good on my end. I'm gonna put my keyboard closer to me. And I think the mic's good place. Alright. Time to work. Finishing R, baby. 40 entries. It's less than usual. Yeah, I did like 46 the last 2 streams, but that doesn't mean much. Those 6 could be very long or very short. It all evens out. So we're going, we're running, we're doing it. First is Robin and his 100 friends. It's from 2010 of all things. Okay. Just a little flash short series. It's got some merch, I guess. Now just Robin Hood from 1990. R. Robin Hood. Okay, from 1990. It's just a little plot thing that's cute. Like the maiden gets kidnapped by the abbot supposedly for marriage, but really because he needs the crucifix she wears around her neck to unlock the magical secrets of Sherwood. It's just cute. It's evil. It's just diabolical. But I don't know. Extra episodes were made for the overseas market, where the series was a great success. Italy and Germany in particular. It was the first of Tatsunoko's 1990s fairy tale series. It was soon followed by the same studio's Snow White. Part of the story was also released as a feature-length movie edit. Alright. Actually, I'm not too familiar with that. That's interesting, though. 3rd edition. I think they added a... Yeah, they added this, added bit how series was partially released in the US during the 1990s. Something they missed in first. Like, there's information they add that obviously is after the fact that they didn't know in 2001, but that's something that some fan may have pointed out or that they found out after the fact. I saw that Robin Hood anime recently. The designs are very Takashi Nakamura looking. Yeah? I wouldn't expect that. When they said it was Tatsunoko, I was more thinking of like their old stuff. Let's look at it together. I was about to just look at it myself. I must have done Robin Hood. I guess I can kind of see it. This looks really good. This looks really well done. I ain't gonna lie. I wonder if it's in good quality. You're right. That face in particular, that face too. Yeah. That looks really good. Wow. I didn't expect that to look that good. Nice. I'm gonna actually... I'll put it more now interested, only... Lol. I added a note here. I was only able to find the English dub. I don't think it's been subbed. I'm not surprised. But at least we got it dubbed. But they said it was only partially. So do you have all the is it all the episodes available? It's 52 episodes, but it was originally planned for 39. That's really interesting. I wonder if that last 13 or so episodes, like that extra core, like you can feel that there's a real finale in 39 and then there's just more of it. That would be interesting, of how that affects the experience. Anyhow, tell Mr. Wolf that Duncan lives at Junior. Junior! Okay, that's it. Very short article. A set of superheroes modeled, as in the case of Bikurimon, on the characters found on packets of candy. Their mission is to fight the attractively labeled Dark Power, a race of aliens intent on conquering the solar system. That's it. Okay. I'll be covering what's a short article and long article afterwards. I still have to do all that counting. Robots from 2008. Robodaizu. 3D short series. Nice. You really didn't have to say that, guys. Come the fuck on. Ugh, for fuck's sake. This 3D short series has almost an aura of fate about it. Not for what it is, forgettable. Come on, guys! You really didn't need to punch like that. But for what it represents. And I'll keep reading, I guess. But, like... gives a little respect. I have no idea about this fucking show, but you can't just... Well, let's see what they actually have to say. The accomplishment of a long game plan to use anime as part of Japan's rehabilitation in the eyes of other nations after World War II. In 1958, with Panda and the Magic Serpent, Toei set out to become the Disney of Asia, producing a feature film based on Chinese legend to demonstrate their readiness to reach out to the rest of the world. 60 years later, with Japan viewed by many teenagers in and beyond America as the coolest place on the planet, with anime and manga accepted as major world media, they partnered Disney's first official anime co-production. What? It's just weird. With Japan viewed by many teenagers in and beyond America as the coolest place on Earth, on the planet, with anime and manga accepted as major world media, they partnered Disney's first official anime co-production. It just feels like a really weird observation to make. Like it's like being cynical about Disney producing Star Wars Visions, or them like being a platform for Heavenly Delusion, Bleach, and Summertime Rendering, etc. You know, all 52 of Robin is dubbed. The first 21 have been subbed. Dub is pretty rough, especially the VA for Robin. Oh, damn. It's not a big deal, but I don't know, just something that stuck out to me. Just the attitude is just strange. Robot Carnival from 1987. Let's go. Of course, they're gonna describe every damn short. Of course. I guess it deserves it, but it's just predictable at this point. This anthology of robot stories is a sampler for some of the biggest big names of anime and an excellent example of how one theme can be approached in a variety of different ways, both in terms of script and design. It's also one of the easiest anime to show to foreign audiences because it has very little dialogue and lots of visual variety. The opening and closing sequences by Otomo and Fukushima take a wry look at what can happen when a seductive new diversion hits a tiny, poor community. A gigantic mechanical carnival rolls into town, a tinsel juggernaut crushing everything in its tracks, all bells and whistles and 30s-style dance puppets, providing an opportunity for pure whiz-bang pyrotechnics on the part of the animators. The machine itself forms the title lettering, a neat conceit. At the end of the movie, this shimmering shrine to trash self-destructs, taking the open-mouthed peasants with it. Kitazume's Starlight Angel is a boy meets girl meets giant robot love story set in an amusement park and steeped in the style and atmosphere of the early 80s. All the characters could have stepped straight out of the Gundam universe. Because it looks like the 80s? Why Gundam? Okay. Mao's Cloud? Isn't that Manabu Ohashi? Wait, what? Am I wrong? Mao Lambdo? So yeah, that's supposed to be Manabu Ohashi. But they have it as Mao Lambdo. What does the third edition say? Nope, it still says Mao Lambdo. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna look up. Wait a minute. Maybe it's probably a pen name. Yeah, I used a pseudonym. Okay. There it is. Yeah, as Mal Lambdo. Other articles as Mal Lambdo right here. Gotcha. It's just a shame that they're gonna credit yeah, and he's also Mal Lambdo on Twitter basically. Yeah, it's just weird that they're gonna use pseudonyms. Not that they can't use pseudonyms at all. Like if that's what's credited, then okay. But that's I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong, but 1 Pound Gospel Osamu Dezaki uses a pseudonym. In several of his works, he uses a pseudonym, but they still use his name. That's a weird thing to me. I actually don't know what the etiquette with that would be. I actually really don't know what the etiquette of that would be. Because also, I could be wrong about this, but Miyazaki, did he use any pen names? He did, didn't he? Lupin, right? The Part 2 episodes? He totally used those. But I guarantee, I have to look again, but I guarantee you they unearthed that, like, oh, it's Hayao Miyazaki. Right? If it's ignorance, that's one thing. If you straight up had no idea and that's just what was on it, fine. Okay. Right? It's Manabu Ohashi. That is really interesting. The issue of... Because I want to see about what they talk about with... Because they obviously single out Miyazaki's episodes. Because they were released separately by in the West very early on, and they got dubbed and everything. And they even said Monkey Punch, like literally Monkey Punch, pseudonym for this person. There it is. I knew it. I knew it. I'm gonna go to the. I'll show you in the third edition on the. Actually, I'll just use the. I'll just find it. Tomo Teruki. We look up Teruki. You get one result. Yes. Written and directed by Tsutomu Teruki, pseudonym for Hayao Miyazaki. So it is sort of like, what's the etiquette there? I think both Tomino and Shinbo used aliases for a lot of non-director credits. Surely. Yeah, it's a very common thing to do. So it just brings an interesting question. I don't know necessarily if the encyclopedia itself did anything weird or wrong here, but it just makes it it's an interesting idea, you know? I'm gonna write that down. I really think that's whereas Lupin the Third, Monkey Punch is called out as and Teruki are called out as pseudonyms. Miyazaki is usually never. I don't think they've ever used his pseudonym, any of his pseudonyms. What's up? Velia, we're just reading Robot Carnival's entry. Yeah, aliases are something you have to deal with a lot when making databases like this, especially when something like visual novels. Sure. And even with, in articles like this or in videos or something. I don't feel like there's ever really been a full, at least in anime, maybe in other academic spaces. But it really is like, once we know that it's a pseudonym for this other person, do we cite that is a pseudonym? Do we bring that up? Why bring that up? Like, I mean, I can understand with Monkey Punch for the first time you introduce him, but Monkey Punch is known as Monkey Punch. But I don't know if you necessarily have to say it every time. But in other cases, do you even have to say it? In this case, in Robot Carnival's case, then it doesn't seem like they even picked up that it was a pseudonym. And in that case, that's fine, you know. Makes you think. Just makes you think. Heck, never mind. Mao's Cloud is a more abstract piece whose narrative is buried in a series of beautiful slow-moving images and hypnotic music. As a childlike robot walks slowly through a gathering storm into sunlight, Its purposely retro design and simple monotone pencil sketch style look surprisingly contemporary in the 21st century. Deprived by Amori is another boy-girl robot romance through which with more of a heavy metal edge. A young girl is torn from the arms of a handsome young man and kidnapped by an evil entity in kiss type makeup. To rescue her, he must become his true self, a robot. Morimoto's Franken's is a funny, quirky look at the limitations of science in which an inventor overlooks the importance of tidiness and attention to detail and wrecks his own experiment. Kitakubo's Tale of Two Robots is a slapstick take on nationalism. A Japanese robot made of wood and operated by a band of kids must fight off the evil intentions of a mad white scientist and his brick-built alien war machine. Nightmare by Nakamura will make you very, very worried about being stranded in town after a drinking binge, as the detritus of urban life takes on ominous new shapes, and a drunk who misses his last train home is forced to watch their rampage and flee their strange leader. Umezu's Presence is the crown of a superb collection, a gem of a love story wrapped in a fable about the obsolescence of both people and technology, and the responsibilities of the creator to his creation, enhanced by a seductive score whose main theme is unforgettable. The dialogue for this segment was dubbed into laughable British, quote-unquote, by Americans, which is unfortunate, but that's the only flaw in a superbly watchable film that is aging very gracefully, especially in comparison with some of the overhyped new material. Compared to the same year's Neo Tokyo and the later Showcase anime Memories. Showcase. They put showcase in quotes. Yeah, there are different approaches depending on the level of confirmed. Are pseudonym a common thing nowadays, and why did they even use pseudonyms? They bring up Dazaki's pseudonym in their Aim for the Ace article. Oh, cool, okay. Hardly has his pseudonyms used. Yeah, I mean, they all have different reasons for using pseudonyms. It could always depend. It always just depends on the project, the person, the time in which they made it, other things. Because it could be the case where, they don't want to call attention to themselves, or they don't want to put it on paper that they worked on this other thing while working on this other project that they were supposed to be working on. It could be some kind of legal thing like that. I don't know. They don't need to have any reason, potentially. They could just, because they feel like it. That's up to them. Let me check out the 3rd edition real quick. But also, I'll put in positive for Robot Carnival. Superbly watchable film that is aging very gracefully in comparison with some of the overhyped new material. What could they be referring to with this? What did they mean by this? But pseudonyms have always been part of any entertainment industry. They might have been under contract to not work on other things. Yeah. They do go at the end of the movie XYZ, so technically yes, spoilers for Robot Carnival. Is that new material comment in the 1st edition? material comment. I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, no. Oh, is it in the first? Yeah, it's from the first edition. It says it right here with the first edition. Watchable film that is aging very gracefully, especially in comparison with some of the overhyped new material. Yeah, it's from the first edition. I'm just checking out the third edition right now. Yeah, they say it in here too. They say it here too. And then they also say compare to the same year's Neo Tokyo and the later showcase anime memories. Yeah. Okay. Robot King Dioja. Actually, sorry, my bad. I am dumb. It's not that next. That was the next one, the first edition. For now, it's Robot Girls Z. Okay, they were nice about it. They were nice. In a spoof that cashes in on trends in cute, the Nerima location of several anime studios, Nerima Daikon Brothers, and aging fan love for the shows of the 1970s. Yeah, that's all I say. Okay, Robot King Dioja. Huh. But this show represents the end of the early Sunrise combining robot era that began with Zambot 3. Sunrise wouldn't produce anything comparable until X Kaiser launched Brave Saga in 1990. So 1981's Robot King Dioja was Sunrise's last combining robot show. Which I mean is the case. Ideon doesn't combine. Zabungle doesn't combine. Dunbine doesn't combine. Elgheim doesn't combine. Zeta Gundam. Zeta Gundam? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Does Zeta Gundam combine anything? I don't remember. And I haven't seen Double Zeta. And then what did they make in 87? Was that the Bite of 87? Let me just look up Studio Sunrise real quick. It's just a weird comment to make in retrospect, because it makes it sound like Sunrise didn't make Mecha from this until X Kaiser, when that's definitely not the case. Um, Dragonar seems to be the next, because they have Double Zeta Gundam. And to be fair, they were also making Votoms. Votoms is also a partly a Sunrise show. Dugramos as well. Gorg, which is not transforming. Gallet? Choriki Robo Gallet? I'm not trying to really prove them wrong or anything. I just think it's just makes it sound like they weren't making mecha or something. I don't know. Double Zeta was a combiner. Yeah? Well, there you go. See, the big claims, right? They were making Lasner, VFAM. Okay, but on none of that, you know, VPAM, Lasner, that's okay. It's Gallant is the one that they're saying. So anything well, Gallant is 1981. Yeah, Gallant is fucking 1981, so. Wait, oh yeah, no, Dioja. Yeah, Psycho Robot Dioja. Dragonar. Yeah, 5-Star Stories wasn't a combiner either. Mado King Granzort. I don't know if this is a combiner. And then we're approaching X-Kaiser soon enough. Pat Labor isn't a combiner. And then you have, yeah, Yusha X-Kaiser, finally. I really like the opening song for Dioja. I don't know anything else about it, though. I'm going to write that down because I just think they're making kind of a big claim that's like, you don't have to make... It's like they were stretching for something interesting to say about Dioja. And I don't know. The end of the early sunrise combining show. Combining robot era. Let me know. I'll look at the OP, but does anyone know if Daitarn combines? I could DM Bob actually. I could ask him that. It's kind of a weird question though. I kind of just want to look at the OP. Dyson 3! Let me know. Oh! I just saw a ship. Well, yeah, I mean... It's probably a combiner. Yeah, I see it. There you go. Yep, that's a combiner. Yep. But you see, that doesn't make too much of a difference. To say that they're combined, like both Daitarn and Zambot and Gundam are all combining shows, that somehow, you know, equivalates them, it makes them the same show, because they're not. They're definitely not the same show. Not even just in the minutia. Gundam and Daitarn are like complete opposites. You know, but it's a weird thinking. It's a weird line of thinking, of categorization. It's essentialism. That's what I'm talking about. And I do essentialism plenty of times too. But it's just something that we have to kind of like simmer down. Not that this is an egregious case. They're just talking about this random, you know, this mecha that very few people know about. You know, it's not like a big name, but still. You know? It's just so different. Weird. Anyway. Sorry, I got the message. Oh. God. My roommates are making fun of, are teasing, another roommate because he bought a cactus, and they're like, broccoli cactus. Whatever. Roboton from 1966. There it is. It's a, it's like Doraemon. No change. Moving on. Ya boy. Ya boy. It's Robotech. They have an entire page. They have an entire page dedicated to Robotech. It starts right there. Unreal. Big article. Thick. We're in. Sorry, I keep looking at the chat. Oh, God. I'll read it out loud. In 1999, a giant alien battle cruiser crashes on Earth. The human race decides to stop fighting each other and unite in case aliens come to ever come looking for their missing ship. Already, I need to say something. I'm telling you that every anime deserves respect. And I usually don't like when they precede describing the show with giving their opinion right out the gate and immediately coloring your first impression of like, this nothing of a show, right? But it's interesting to me that they treat Robotech as the way that they're doing here. And I actually kind of want to see how this synopsis compares to their macros synopsis. You know, I do feel like they kind of need to kind of front load the fact that this is a localization effort of combining 3 completely different series to form one original one. And And that's no disrespect to Robotech. I think I really respect what Carl Masiak was doing here, given his constraints and his goal of getting syndication, needing 65 episodes, and here's the stuff that he can license, and this is what he can cobble together. I think that's the interesting part, and to kind of describe it like it's any other anime is just weird to me, personally. I'm not to say, again, that's not to disrespect the show or anything, but I think it's important to lead with that. 10 years on, the ship has been renamed the SDF-1 and reconstructed, but the global celebrations are interrupted by an alien attack. Earth's forces under Captain Gloval fight off the threat. As the SDF-1 attempts to save Earth, it uses its untested spacefold device and is transported deep into space, where it must fight a prolonged war with the invading Zentradi fleet. Young pilot Rick Hunter finds himself in a complex triangular relationship with two very different women, ship's officer Lisa Hayase and singing star Lin Minmay. So they used the... I actually didn't know... I have very little information about Robotech specifically. I've watched Macros. But it's interesting that he actually kept the names, for the most part. Rick Hunter's... it's a different... It's Hikaru... I forgot his last name, but it's Hikaru. But, yeah. I like the... It's interesting. I didn't realize that Robotech uses Lin Minmay. After 36 episodes known as the Macros Saga, encounters with giant aliens and big emotional tangles, the soap in space ended with... Can we not... But also, I don't know... I guess that's... I guess that happens? Not really. By the end, I guess. But, way before the end. The end doesn't really have that. But I'm sorry to be vague. "15 years on, the story takes a new turn with the Robotech Masters saga. Rick Hunter has set off in SDF-3 to find the world of the Robotech Masters, but the Masters themselves are already heading the other way. Young cadet Dana Sterling, offspring of the first interspecies marriage, is thrown into the thick of the fighting when the Robotech Masters attack Earth in search for their lost protoculture factory. She and her young comrades encounter a strange man who has spent years with the invaders and whose motives are unclear, but who finally destroys his own culture to save them. In the interval between this second Robotech war and the third season, New Generation, the Invid aliens arrive and conquer Earth. Terran defenders are too exhausted to resist, but a generation later, Scott Bernard and his reinforcements arrive to try and liberate their homeworld. Their task seems hopeless, but if they can somehow contact Admiral Rick Hunter and link up with his space fleet, Earth may have a chance. The Robotech phenomenon is a curious hybrid of Japanese material and American ambition. Originally conceived as a US video release, it was handed to Carl Masiak to dub, and the first Macros tape, starring Japanese-American hero Rick Yamada, was premiered at the 1984 World Sci-Fi Convention. However, Harmony Gold made further deals to bring the show to TV and asked Masiak to find a way of expanding it beyond 36 episodes, which is too small for TV syndication. So is that Robotech the movie that he was trying to do? I did not really know about this first Macros tape. I could be mistaken. It's been a long time since I listened to that Masiak interview. He acquired Southern Cross and Mos Piata from the same studio, providing another 49 half-hour episodes of similar design and background. Masiak renamed many of the characters, creating cross-generational links that were absent in the completely unlinked original series, and devised the concept of an ancient alien technology that could generate robots and weapons for space combat, rooted in a mysterious concept called protoculture. The model kit company Revell, owners of the Macros merchandise rights, already had a trademark line called Robotech, and a tie-in was born. The Robotech line, having been established before the series was conceived, included robots from shows not involved in Macek's rewrite, like Dougram and Orgus, and did not include anything from Southern Cross or Mos Beata. So there's Robotech the movie. The success of the concept led to the construction of Robotech the movie, a dub for the US market of the first part of Megazone 23. So they just called it Robotech the movie, but it's Megazone 23. And there's a really, really interesting story behind this movie that I won't share here, but I'm familiar with it. Since this had absolutely nothing, I've probably shared it elsewhere in other streams sometime. I like talking about it, but I'll withhold it in this instance. I gotta keep moving. Since this had absolutely nothing to do with the characters or storylines or of any of the 3 original series, it was presented as a side story happening within the chronology of the Robotech Wars. Extra footage was animated for the film in Japan and included as a bonus on the Japanese Megazone 23 release. The story was to have continued in a 4th segment focusing on the forgotten SDF-3. Though all 65 episodes were written for a Japanese-American co-production, the project was never completed. The footage already shot, 4 partly completed episodes plus other material, for this new season, I guess, was used to make up a single feature-length video, Robotech 2: The Sentinels, the last animated installment of the saga. And, like, the only one that's apparent, it seems to be original animation. It was written for a Japanese-American co-production. The project was never completed. The footage already shot, 4 partly completed episodes, was used to make a single feature-length video, Robotech 2: The Sentinels, the last animated installment. Robotech gained such a hold on its American fans that it spun off into print with greater success. A series of novels by Jack McKinney, a pseudonym for James Luceno and Brian Daly, so they just clarified the pseudonym again, fills in many narrative gaps and explores many of the minor characters in greater depth, while Robotech comics have been produced by 4 different publishers over 14 years. Many of the comics and novels are based on the completed scripts for Sentinels, even though most were never filmed. The close of the Robotech saga is the final novel, End of the Circle. Similar recycling went on in Japan, where Tatsunoko placed some of the unused designs in the unrelated Zillion. Robotech attracts passionate response. Fans either love it or loathe it. Like Nausicaa's US re-edit. Is it like Nausicaa's US re-edit? Yeah. An unfamiliar... It is variously viewed as a welcome adaptation of unfamiliar material for a new, less adventurous audience. It is variously viewed as a welcome adaptation of unfamiliar material for a new, less adventurous audience, or a watered-down travesty of its origins. I actually do not know anyone that fondly remembers Warriors of the Wind. I actually do not think that's the same thing. I don't think that's the same thing. Because, like, you can't fucking say like that, but then did Warriors of the Wind get comics and novels and continued sequels and Robotech respected it. It's its own thing. It really became its own thing. And I get it, there's a polarizing reaction to Robotech, for sure. Variously viewed as a welcome adaptation of unfamiliar material for a new, less adventurous audience. Or maybe for people who grew up with it, or happen to catch it and like it, or whatever. Or maybe even Macros fans that kind of find it as an interesting experience. Like, you can't really boil down that, like, I don't know. I guess you can, but... There are people who view Nausicaa adaptation very fondly. Yeah, I don't know anyone like that. Hi, I can't really hate Robotech from what I've read. it seems way more faithful to the original something than something like 4Kids One Piece. Yeah, it's not a butchering of the material. It is certainly a re re thing where you can't just like overlay the Robotech audio over macros, because like anything like that, you know. But to be fair, I think other people have looked into it closer than I have. It's not nearly as bad as the Ghost Stories dub. Yeah, no, that's the thing. And again, at Full Women, I don't know how recently you just joined, they just compared it to Warriors of the Wind. And they actually basically say that, like, they say, like Nausicaa's US re-edit, so Warriors of the Wind, it is variously viewed as a welcome adaptation of Unfamiliar for a new, less adventurous audience, or a watered-down travesty of its origins. Does anyone think of Nausicaa's Warrior of the Wind as a unfamiliar new material, welcome adaptation of unfamiliar material for a new, less adventurous audience? Are you kidding me? Maybe back in the 80s, I would be interested, because maybe Clements and McCarthy remember when it came out. They were certainly of age back then. Not to call them old. I'm sure they remember it, though. Didn't the director approve of that dub, though? I've only watched the ADV version of Macrosleuth. Most of the polarization of Robotech is just the blocking of Western Macros release. That's the thing. We're finally getting Macros for the franchise, right? Wait till it comes out. Until it comes out. But everyone hates Warriors of the Wind. I haven't seen a single person who likes it. Look, like is a strong word. I find it funny. I find it really interesting. Like such a blatant, we cut a half hour of the boring parts out of the movie. Like systematic, if it's a slow scene, it's out. Like, so brazen, you know? And it's kooky. It's an old dub, you know? That's funny. I'm not for a second showing it in the context of, oh, it's better than the original or something like that. No. But I would show it to friends if they had already seen Nausicaa and they're just curious about it and think it's funny. I blame Harmony Gold for that, though. Carl had nothing to do with it. That's the thing. Robotech was a necessary evil at the time, looking back, and now it pushed the story of 3 anime. Drax, apparently, all it did, really, was change the identity of some characters to make it look like it's all one universe. But at least according to this synopsis, and from what I've been gathering, it's actually pretty faithful. It's not really a butchering in the same way. It's simply just, you know, if anything, it's mostly a butchering of Mos Peada and Southern Cross. Because who the fuck knows about Southern Cross and Mos Peada, or enjoy them on their own merits? You know, the only thing everybody brings up about Robotech is its connection to Macros. But Southern Cross and Mos Peada, if anything, were kind of pulled in and or got their identities erased too. And I just had an idea. I had a thought that I'm like, oh no. Oh, there's no way. And then that would be pretty sad. Let me just check something really quick. I just need to check something. Yeah, okay. And yeah, okay. Yeah, they're both subbed. I was thinking how awful it would be if some of them, if they hadn't even been subtitled. I think that would have been just a fucking travesty. But no, that's not the case. They were subbed. I agree, but I grew up with way more faithful dubs for time. But the time, it seems fine. Where's the Wind was part of Roger Corman's failed attempt to make anime big in the U.S. He's stuck to B movies after 3 dubs. Let me compare Robotech to Voltron. Huge difference in quality. Robotech attract. Yeah, that's such a weird comment. Its supporters cite a complex storyline with material rarely seen in U.S. animation, the unexpected deaths of much-loved characters, the fact that the good guys, humans, usually ended up losing, or even the introduction of a cross-dressing hero. Its detractors point out that all this was present in the original Japanese series, and that the destruction of the internal logic and character relationships was unnecessary and excessive. The best way to describe it is probably not as anime, but as an American reworking of the Japanese original. But, unlike most palimpsests, a manuscript or piece of writing material on which later writing has been superimposed on effaced earlier writing. Okay. New term, I guess. Cool. Let me write that down. There we go. Palimpsests. Okay. Enough of the original text remains to entice viewers back to the source material. Unlike most palimpsests, enough of the original text remains to entice viewers back to the source material. Robotech Shadow Chronicles from 2005 is a 90-minute video sequel to the series, but it is not technically anime, as it was made by a predominantly American and Korean staff. It features the search for the missing Admiral Hunter and the introduction of a new adversary. I've also heard that in Japan, the version of Southern Cross and Robotech is preferred to the original. Whew! Can you imagine? That's it. I've never really seen anyone talking about Southern Cross, and obviously they compare Macross and Robotech, but I wonder if anyone's really dived into the comparisons between Southern Cross and Robotech's counterpart, or Los Beata's comparison. That would be interesting. Okay. Variously viewed as a welcome adaptation of unfamiliar material for a new, less adventurous audience, or a watered down travesty of its origins. Is news to me. Is there a bigger reason you've been going through this encyclopedia, or is it just for fun? Well, it's for a video. I had this, like, the whole idea, really, was I've been wanting to stream, but I don't necessarily want to stream casually or, like, you know, play video games, but I'm an anime YouTuber. And a lot of, if you look at what anime YouTubers do on Twitch, they either play games, just talk, they do tier lists, they do quizzes, they talk about the seasonal charts, they might read manga or even watch anime, but then those streams don't get taken or whatever, they don't get saved. You know, like but what I wanted was something kind of constructive. I wanted something that's, you know, we're doing research. So, you know, I would have these big video projects, and I would do all this research and find all this stuff about it. And, you know, all this stuff was interesting. But I was realizing it's like, oh, people aren't going to see any of this. So if I just read this to myself, I don't know if I'd even be able to make it through because I just lose interest, and it's all be for this video. But now, the end result is hopefully a video that really compiles my thoughts and feelings about it. Not in a summation way, not like here's all my findings, because Jesus Christ. No, but I could basically the idea would be here's kind of a medium-sized video, and if you have more interest, here's 56, 70, I don't know how many hours it's been of me streaming it over 2 years is the idea. And I have other ideas as well for long-term projects that would eventually become videos, but that's the idea, basically. Palimpsest? To be fair, even Tatsunoko hates Southern Cross. They rarely talk about it. They just love their big words. Seems like it. No, yeah, the big words thing is what I'm taught is like, it's to give this little contradictory thing where they insist on not using fandom slang, as they call it, or argot and jargon, where like they don't want to just haphazardly call things hentai or OVA or yaoi or yuri or shonen or shoujo or mecha. I think they use mecha at least. Maho shoujo, they say magical girl. Not that that one's sort of interchangeable, but they say they're doing that to not otaku. They don't really use otaku, although they have used otaku plenty of times. But they're not using those terms because they say they wanted to have a more broader audience that don't know those terms, and it's like, it's weird that you make such a big deal out of that and avoid using those terms that would probably make this more helpful to the readers who are actually reading it, which are anime fans primarily, big nerds reading in a big fucking encyclopedia. Like, anime nerds are gonna read this, but then they just go ahead and use these incredibly obscure vocab words that that just as like, I don't know what that means. You know what I mean? It's so like. And their argument, I'm sure, is like, well, those are actually words. Yeah. But, like, what is language? I don't want to be patronizing or anything, but, like, if you use a terminology that is widely accepted by its given community, yeah, okay, it came from slang, sure. But, like, Palimpsest is a manuscript that has originals described and new typings written on it. Yeah, I had to highlight it. So like with I don't know if this will show on stream, but I have to like highlight it, and you can define the words. So I have to do this sometimes. It's useful. But yeah, it's just like, what's the harm in calling it an OVA? OAV, and like, sure, okay, choose a term then. And it's like, fine, but they have to go with video. And they were even a little chastising where they were like, oh, these OVAs, they're not really that original. They're not really animated. It's like, come on. And also the fact they were literally I'm pretty sure they were being semantic, because they were like video, but video is technically only related to VHS and not DVD or Laserdisc or something. It's like, I think they made that fucking actually thing about it. It's like, come on, guys. It was just really annoying. So I'm just like, what are all these fucking words then? It's like, I still can't figure out why they just didn't put a preface explaining what those words. They do! In the 3rd edition, there's a whole argot and jargon section, and they give all the explanations. And then they just don't use them in the encyclopedia itself. Because they're not rewriting. But they are. They're doing a ton of revisions. And I've made notes when they introduce a Japanese term and then explain it in the article. It's not hard. It's not hard. When you engage critically with a medium, you should use the established language of the medium. Imagine if jazz criticism avoided using words like lick or swing because they were slang originally. Yeah, definitely. And like you can be transparent whether that when those things were originated as slang or there's contention over what the slang is. Like no, that's not a lick. Oh, this is being. I can understand them being apprehensive about that, but if they made that definition of how they're using it clear, then there shouldn't be any problem. And then people can criticize that use of the definition. But just being abstaining from it is weird. It's a very weird approach to IMO. Yeah. Whew. All right, let me read the first edition now. Sorry. Lisa Hayes. Yeah, Lisa Hayes. Okay. It's not Hayes, it's Hayes. Yeah, the Nazca comment is in here too. Back to the source material. And they do add some stuff. Because they end on the palimpsest comment. Yeah, of course. They added Robotech Shadow Chronicles. Added added just 05 90-minute video sequel. Same logic that people use to defend jelly donuts. I'm pretty sure that's racist books from the 30s. I'm pretty sure there's racist books from the 30s that did just that, but I get your point. I'm not sure what you mean, Victor, of the same logic that people use to defend jelly donuts. What in particular? In my view, I think the onigiri thing just didn't make sense in the world of Pokemon, and that's more of an L on Pokemon at the Japanese version of Pokemon than it is anything having to do with calling them jelly donuts. Because this is just my hot take, and I think I've said it in Digest, where Pokemon is not supposed to be taking place in a Japanese world or in any country of origin. Granted, yes, Kanto is supposed to be based on, you know, Kanto, and then Johto is more of a Japanese. You know, there's the burned tower and stuff like that. But generally, it's supposed to be kind of a alternate world, right? Not real world. So having a rice ball in you know, in the Pokemon anime, when, you know, it's meant to be more of a worldly thing, and you can see that with like recent editions. They never really showed that many rice balls in future seasons. I could be wrong about that, but similar idea. Fear that people would be confused by unfamiliar words like onigiri or hentai. Oh, okay, yeah. That'd be weird. No, like, look, I wouldn't have minded if they call it. I think people they make fun of the jelly donut comment because they're very, very clearly not jelly donuts. Very clearly not jelly donuts. If they said rice ball, like, then you're being kind of a pedantic prick to call them, like, no, it's onigiri, right? Like, you can call them rice balls, it's fine, I think. But, you know, but like hentai, I mean, I get calling it porn, because it is. That is the translation for it. But like, particularly when people say hentai, they're explicit. That you automatically know you're talking about Japanese animated pornography, which is a very distinct subsect of porn. Saying just porn doesn't narrow it down, but obviously I'm sure that I know that they're getting, like, you're gonna know it's Japanese anime because it's in the fucking anime encyclopedia. I know. But like, there are some instances where you're writing, they have an article about an anime and nowhere does it say that it's porn or not. Sometimes they explicitly say it's a porn anime or based on a porn game. But there's some anime that are not porn that are based on porn games. Just saying. Rice balls being changed made sense for Pokemon. The problem was 4Kids did the same thing for every anime they dubbed. People are good at learning new words because people have cognitive abilities. Yeah. Wants it to be global. Would you say the same thing about pizza being in a world that's not meant to be Italy? I mean, yeah. I don't know. It's like, to be fair, the people in the world of Pokemon, they don't really eat that often. So food it can just be generic, like steak, meat, like whatever. It doesn't have to be necessarily a very specific cuisine. I would make that argument, that it doesn't necessarily need to have a particular cuisine. So yeah, I would actually make that safer for pizza or pasta or whatever, you know. It just needs to be food to me. But then of course the origin of food is kind of dubious, right? Because there's fucking grass type Pokemon that are plants, and then which of those are getting eaten? Are they where do they get the meat or the fish? Is there regular fish that are not Pokemon? And I know it's a dumb semantic argument. It's a dumb argument to make, but it's sort of like, food's just not something to think about in Pokemon. Besides like berries, you know? Pokemon in the beginning was kind of in between of having its own world and being in our world. In Gen 1 games, they reference IRL places like India and Guyana. Right, no, for sure. And that's like an early thing. And that I think you see later generations move away from to be more global and to be more generic and universal. Because, yeah, you have this weird conflation of like, is this our world? Is the Pokemon, the world of... Especially the way they start every movie, every Pokemon movie makes it really distinctive of it being the world of Pokemon, where it's not just random creatures that are living amongst real deer or lions or something. The Pokemon are the natural creatures of the world. You know? The birds, the fish, the mammals, the insects, everything. Right? They could have put the titles of the H anime in a different color, easy fix, or just not have these H anime in there. Yeah. But then you'd have maybe some contention of like, you know, I think that would be a contentious choice. But it's just fucking, I don't know. It's just weird. It's a hard choice to make. Pokemon was one of the first major attempts to make anime big in the States, so it made sense for kids was playing it safe. Well, sure. Yeah, don't blame them, really. In the beginning, yeah, they're literally non-Pokemon fish, funny enough. Yeah, exactly. And it's like, wait, what? There's brand confusion. There's confusion here. And that dilutes the concept, right? It doesn't feel like it's as well fleshed out or thought out kind of deal. But I get it. It's because back then, early Pokemon, you only had 150, then maybe 250. And you had a situation where it's like, what? So all the fish are Goldeen? There's no other fish. There's Magikarp. There's Goldeen. Any other fish? Seriously, is that it? That's all the fish in the entire world, right? You have like dumb shit like that. So anyway, we've been on Robotech forever. Roku Denashi Blues. I've been meaning to watch this. Oh, for fuck's sake. That's not the next one. That's the first edition. Robotics Notes is the next one. Okay. And they don't really give an opinion about Robotech, by the way. It just says it attracts passionate response. Curious hybrid. But they don't really give their stance on it. They just kind of play devil's advocate. I should make that note, actually. Agree. All food should have been made of Pokemon 2. Clearly, that would improve the franchise. Like it's the demographics not ready for that. So just don't. It's okay. Yeah, even the creators with like they're still trying to figure out how the shows work. Yeah. Okay, robotics notes. Starting wonderfully small. Admirable modern anime. It even makes use of the anime's growing trend for self-referentiality, as the conspiracy uncovered by the cast turns out to be unfortunately, it is a mixture of elements liable to please nobody, with the everyday soon becoming too surreal, and the surreal all too often weighed down by returns to the humdrum let's build a robot subplot. It also suffers in comparison to its sister show, Steins Gate. The semicolon is supposed to be a clue, which similarly leapt ahead of itself in exponentially wild twists, but reached an arguably more satisfactory conclusion. Based on the VN, the story was also spun up into 6 different manga. Okay, they seem to like it, but they give a... I'm going to give it a mixed. Because they don't really go that far to give its merits, but they just say it's admirable. Admirable modern anime. Unfortunately, mixture of amenable to please nobody. Suffers. This is it's another example of this, like, because it's related to this other thing somehow, just makes it worse. Because it's part of the semicolon series, it's not as good as Steins Gate, so that's bad. It also suffers in comparison to its sister show Steins Gate, which similarly leapt ahead of itself with exponentially wild twists, but reached an arguably more satisfactory conclusion. Like, in comparison to its sister show Steins Gate. Yeah, they literally go based on the visual novel and then parentheses, argot and jargon. If you don't know what a visual novel is, I think the people reading this article about robotics notes probably knows what a visual novel is. I mean, by the time 4Kids did Yu-Gi-Oh, they could have just said Rice Balls because anime was big here by then. Speaking of semicolons, did they ever mention Chiyomaru Shikura by name? Let's Control F and find out. Shikura. 19 results. Chiyomaru Shikura. Ishikura, Nishikura, Ishikura, Ishikura, Shikura, Chiyomaru Shikura. Yes. But she's credited for music in Memories of. Chiyomaru Shikura, she's credited in Memories of from 2001. And they don't really mention her in the article itself. Chiyomaru Shikura. It was created by mages there for Steins Gate. I don't really want to read it because I'm still watching Steins Gate. Okay, it was created by mages, aka Chiyomaru Shikura, composer and lyricist for several of the songs from the TV series. Yes, they do talk about her. Nah, they had to make sake hot sauce. Okay. Rocket Girls from 2007. Pile of Hokum and Sugar actually turns out to be a pleasantly entertaining series. Then why did you call it Pile of Hokum and Sugar? What the fuck? The definition of hokum, nonsense. And the physics and financial aspects of commercial space travel are well presented without being too obvious. I guess it's positive, sure. This is like everyone who complains about Final Fantasy games that aren't 7. Once you give the other games a chance, you realize most of them are great on their own merits. I haven't watched this anime, so I can't judge the quality, but still. The show sucks, but it's also not that bad. Right. maybe they use hokum as a neutral term, where it's like it's nonsense, like oh it's silly or something. But that is not how it read to me. That is not how it read this to me. This is how it read. Yukari's father only hung around long enough to marry her pregnant mother, then disappeared. Now she's in high school and determined to track him down. Somehow or other, she gets to the Solomon Islands, where an unscrupulous private space contractor is on the lookout for astronauts light enough to fly his mini rockets, decides that teenage girls are exactly what he needs. Before long, Yukari is one of a team of 3 girl astronauts, but is she any closer to finding her father? This pile of hokum and sugar actually turns out to be a pleasantly entertaining series. Why would you call it that? Why? Also, just a side note on Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't know how much 4Kids can be blamed on censorship, because Konami sure does like doing it themselves too. Yeah. Playing 6 this game is much harder than I remember. I wish we could get a true Final Fantasy anime. I've been wanting to play 6, and I tried picking it up, and then the emulator didn't work for me for some reason, or the controls were weird, or I don't know. It was in such a way that it just wasn't working, and so I didn't end up doing it. But I still want to play it. I think it's on Switch. There's like a I have to look, but there's like a collection of the first couple of games, right? I should probably play it there. Unless I've heard there's plenty of re-releases and editions of 6, and they all have their little things. Pro Jared had a really good series of Final Fantasy videos going through the whole series, and he often yeah, that's what I mean, the Pixel remaster. That sounds good. Is it good? I have to see if Pro Jared. I really trust his opinion. I've really enjoyed his commentary on the series. I think 6 was the furthest I ever got in an FF game. Okay. Rocket Bokura o Tsuki ni Tsuretete Shin Gesekai Ryoko. Bro. I just wanna... there it is. There you go. Like that. Why did they call it that? I thought they were localizing everything. Rocket, take us to the moon. The true from the Earth to the moon. It literally has the AKA in the thing. Why is it titled like... Maybe it says it in the article. This is from 2008. No mention of why they did that. I don't know why they named... What's going on? Bokura o Tsuki ni Tsuretete Shin Gesekai Ryoko. Yeah, why'd they call it that? What is this? What is this naming convention shit? I play the GBA version of 6. It's the best version. Adds tons of new content, not in the remaster. That's like a light novel title. I know the infamous Invisible Guns was Kid WB's idea, not 4Kids. That actually sounds like fun. It's like a little, it just sounds like fun. Okay, now we're on Rokudonashi Blues. Alright. It looks fine. From here. What? Yeah, that's in the first edition. Come on, guys. Give me another all-timer. A short movie based... This is the entire article. A short movie based on Masanori Morita's 1988 manga in Shonen Jump magazine, in which Tyson Maeda determines to be the toughest kid in his school, ruling over his fellow students with the power of his fists. Another distant homage to the U.S. boxer Mike Tyson was carefully buried in Street Fighter II. What does that have to do with Rokodanashi Blues? They didn't even try to connect it to anything. All they said was, they described the movie and then said, another distant homage to the U.S. boxer Mike Tyson was carefully buried in Street Fighter II. Who said Rokodanashi was a distant homage to U.S. boxer Mike Tyson? Is that a statement anywhere? Like, you can't just say it's a delinquent manga? Like, it's very... I'm not too familiar with Rokodanashi, don't get me wrong, but like... Huh? What? Where did they get that? It's gonna be so insane where I'm just gonna rattle off a bunch of quotes from the book seemingly without context, and I'm like, no, there was no context. If I gave you the context, you would not be any less confused. I swear. This is boys the easiest way to play Game Boy games on PC. To be fair, I don't think this has a complete anime series. Still weird tangent. No, I know Rokodanashi doesn't. It only got 2 OVAs. In fact, they only list the first one, and I'm pretty sure there's 2. I'm pretty sure Rokodanashi. Yep. Yep, there's 2. There's one from 1992, which is the one they listed, and there is a sequel. There is a sequel, but it doesn't even have any ratings. I don't know how many people have even seen it. Seems very obscure. Very obscure. It's good. It's good Mary Poppins reference. Very obscure. Also, I wish someone would translate the SNES game. Yeah. Like a right-wing Pokemon, perhaps. There's no context for that. I'm not kidding you. There was no context. They gave the synopsis and then just were like, a right-wing Pokemon, perhaps? Ooh, what? Okay. It's a joke. I was joking. Come on. Come on. I was just kidding. I'm going to be abusing the shit out of that clip of Squidward just going, I was just kidding. Come on. Come on. Oh. Former biker Takao Ryota becomes a bus driver, causing havoc. Okay. They have a little intrigue in the voice actors, so that's kind of neat. They rarely do that. Next is Roman from 2013. Bakumatsu Gijin Roman. Yeah. What are they doing? Wait, what are they doing? Since this includes things... So the main character is a get-backer who steals things. Who will steal back any goods that the owner feels have been wrongfully taken away. Since this includes things that have been stolen in the first place, this is an oddly intricate excuse. But Roman, like all anime thieves from Cat's Eye onward, is in search of a justification for his actions. All? Not all, for Lupin III was always honest about what he did for a living, and it should come as no surprise to the viewer of this show that Roman's characters were originally designed by Lupin's creator, Monkey Punch. Oh, I guess that's the segue. But, like, the fact that they just kind of second-guessed their own writing in the Encyclopedia just threw me for a loop. But I guess I get where they're coming from. Just say most. Like most anime thieves from Cat's Eye onwards. Is in the search of justification for his actions. Most, but not all, for Lupin the Third. Like, weird. All? Not all. What? It's a nitpick. They compared it to pachinko games. It was born from a pachinko game, and the plotting reflects the kind of action one might expect to see on one of those mindless self-playing pinball devices. Boxes to be ticked, wealth won in abundance only to be swiftly diminished once more, famine to feast on all fortunes, and surreal payoffs. They kind of just equate it to pachinko games because it's based on a pachinko game. Born from a pachinko game, and the plotting reflects the kind of action one might expect to see on one of those mindless, self-playing pinball devices. Which is funny because Alien 9 criticizes Japanese conformity being forced on youth. Did two different people write this article? I don't know. I don't know. It was just a weird writing convention, I think, that didn't quite land, but it's okay. Romance in the Flash of the Sword 2? Confusing for the encyclopedist. Because where's one? Where's the first one? This is from 2001, so it's okay if it's not in here. Yeah, it's not in here, but it's okay. Repetitive scenarios with disposable characters. It's porn. Based on the 1999 erotic video game, which was itself a sequel, hence the numerals 2 in the title, as with Street Fighter 2. Yeah, but they actually, they do kind of. Romeo's Blue Sky. Still no. I keep doing this today. This is like that's the third time I keep doing that. God damn it. Romeo and Juliet from 2007. Gonzo's writing team, headed by Reiko Yoshida, have followed his lead, changing many details but keeping its beautiful outline and emotional denouement and borrowing embellishments where appropriate. Castle in the Sky's mighty tree that holds the flying city together, for example. I really hope they don't spoil this one. I really hope they don't fucking spoil this. I know it's like, oh, it's just Romeo and Juliet, but like, the description of this, if you're familiar with this particular anime, it's a very different show. It takes the same... Several people ask if they miss anything. Nothing too huge. We went through Robotech, and they had this weird comment. Like, the one weird thing from Robotech was they said, like Nausicaa's US re-edit, it is variously viewed as a welcome adaptation of an unfamiliar material for a new, less adventurous audience, or a watered-down travesty of its origins. Like, they're saying it's some divisive thing. Like, well, it's kind of... Some people like it and some people don't. I don't know anyone who likes Warriors of the Wind. Like, I prefer Warriors of the Wind over the original. No way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. And then this other weird... I don't know. We had a little thing about Robot Carnival with, like, what do you do with pseudonyms? If you know the pseudonym, do you say what the real person's name was? Because, you know, in Lupin the Third, they identify Monkey Punch and Tsutomu Teraki, who's Hayao Miyazaki. They call those out as pseudonyms. So Monkey Punch, and then they go AKA his real name that he doesn't really use, that no one really knows him for. And they also go, oh, these episodes directed by Tsutomu Teraki, parentheses, pseudonym for Hayao Miyazaki. And Dazaki hardly has his pseudonyms used either. They do a name for the ace, it seems. But, not for, like, 1 Pound Gospel or something. So, they use Mao Lambdo for Manabu Ohashi, but they don't really clarify that that's Manabu Ohashi. So that was, like, a weird thing. That's kind of it. You can read the odd choices for yourself if you want, but yeah, stuff like that. Sorry, I was streaming Wind Waker Randomizer for like 6 hours. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, you're clocking a long time there, Raj. That's awesome. And good to see you, Weird Proc. Oh, also, there's no context for this. There was no context to saying it's in another distant homage to the U.S. boxer Mike Tyson was carefully buried in Street Fighter II. Since when was Rokuna Tanashi Blues a distinct homage to Mike Tyson? Anyway. I really hope they don't spoil this, like I said. They just say nothing dilutes the impact of the ending. Thank you for not spoiling it. I keep wanting to note the times where they don't spoil. Where is it? Wait a minute. There it is. Oh, I just thought changed. I'm like, no. Nothing dilutes the impact of the ending. See, they can. So, because my one of my theories is they don't spoil the ones that they like. They don't give it away for the people that because they want people to watch that one. But the other ones they don't care as much about, let them know what happens. Save them 20 hours. Like, seriously. It's kind of galling, I think. At least it feels that way to me. This is my second stream, but nah, I'm nowhere close to the end still. Yeah, like, Wind Waker's not a one-stream game unless you're speed running it. Wow, that's awesome. The dub actually really tries to it does justice to the language and inspiration of the story. That's really cool. It does make me want to watch this show, which I have heard of before. And yeah, of course they really like it. Music note perfect. Nothing dilutes the final ep. The impact of the final ep. Exceptionally sensitive dub. Yeah, they really like it seems. Even though I love Windmaker, the Triforce quest always prevents me from replaying it. I have never had that problem. I've replayed it like 4 or 5 times. Because, I mean, for me, my favorite part of that game is the sailing and going to different islands. And that's the bulk of the Triforce quest. I understand the cost of deciphering the Triforce things. And so, like, you kind of have to grind to get money. That sucks. But thankfully the HD one, I think, rectified that. I think they fixed that. But then I always felt it as a very brutal, realistic cost type of thing. So I don't know. I always kind of embraced it, personally. I've been playing the vanilla game for a long time, so I'm trying something different. I also feel like the randomizer makes a lot of the bloated checks more worthwhile. Even though I love Waker, yeah. Like the Triforce and Treasure charts could be a big game changer in a rando. I just tend to prefer the full conversion mods to randomizers. Okay. Now we're at Romeo's Blue Sky. It's from 1995, so it does have a first edition. Wow. Good synopsis. It's only 33 episodes. For some reason, I didn't know that. That makes me want to watch it more. But they didn't actually give any opinion about it. But they do give, like, brass tacks about its adaptation. Based on the book. A bit about the author. Why she wrote it. Adapted it more freely. It's part of the World Masterpiece Theater. Lead character's name was changed. New characters added. Plot and conclusion altered. Partly to fit the schedule from 39 to 33. It's a good article. No nonsense. My part for Wind Waker was also the sailing, but Tingle can suck it. Blue Sky. I'm excited to check out this show at some point. Me too. Bob was very positive about it. I think he gave it a 10. I could be wrong, but he gave it a very high rating. This is part of WMT? I believe it is, yeah. I believe it's officially part of it. It's a late one. 95. Yeah? 95? Yeah. It's pretty late, but yeah. Thanks to your last stream, I checked out Riesel Mine over the past few days. It's hilarious. Would recommend. In the vein of Ursa Yatra, but better, IMO. Yeah? Damn. You must not have a very high opinion of Ursa Yatra. That's hard to top. But maybe that just means it's exceptionally high praise for Riesel Mine. That's cool. Actually, how's the R section been going? It's good. It's fine. I'm happy that I'm finishing it in like 3 streams. For how chunky it is. I'm like really churning through it, but I don't know how I don't think I've been moving that fast in the first 2 hours of the stream, so you gotta kind of pick it up, I think. Shame the author's other series didn't get similar treatment. Very good show. Yeah, it's in Bob's top 10 now. Nice. Okay. Ronin Warriors. Saint Seiya style action as the... Can you not start the article with that? Oh. Saint Seiya style action. Come on. Looking suspiciously like an entire unbroadcast season cut into sections. The adventures continued on video. Okay, like what are they talking about? They're talking about like extra story, I guess. The overall atmosphere of cruelty and menace is very powerful. very violent by U.S. standards, that even though there are few flesh and blood casualties, and the overall atmosphere of cruelty and menace is very powerful. They even gave it a V for violence. Interesting. They didn't really give much of an opinion of it otherwise, though. Rizumaine is to Urusei what Gungrave is to Berserk? Don't you get me... Don't you start this now, Roger. I haven't even made the fucking video yet. I haven't even fucking started. Come on. Yeah, I don't care for Urusei. It's okay, sometimes funny. Okay, how many episodes did you watch, though? And look, I am not trying to be like, it gets better later. I'm not trying to say that, but... Bruh. To be fair, this is a Saint Seiya clone. Sure. It certainly sounds like it. But, like... It's so on there. The fact that it's at the very beginning, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if they. I would expect. I'd be weirded out if they didn't bring up Saint Seiya in this article. But like, it was the very first thing they said. Okay. Let me just read the first edition though. Yep, it's right there. I have to tell you, the vast majority, I was just thinking about this, the vast majority of my criticisms apply to both books. There are so few. The right-wing Pokemon, perhaps, was cut from the first edition. But very, very few notes that I have here are saying first edition only. Almost all of them get carried over to the third edition. No change. No change. You should at least watch the second movie. Ah! Yeah, I guess he should. The first few episodes up until their house blows up. And a later segment about sentient pears. Yeah, so like... I don't deny that, the few episodes are very like, is this really it? Is this what everyone's hyped about? Really? I get it. I feel like you need to see episode 10. And also realize when you say until their house blows up, there's no continuity. Their house is going to blow up and then the next episode it's fine. Not to actually you or anything, but like it's that kind of show. That like this most outrageous shit can happen, and like reality can literally break. Reality has broken in at least one of these episodes that I know of. Boredom syndrome, and it just ends that way. Yeah, and then the next episode's fine. Everything's fine. I think the Dracula episode of Urusei deserves more respect. They've been soiling my good man's name. I did find the alien taxi segment hilarious, though. Yeah, you're talking about all the early episodes. Like, to be fair, you're also talking about the section of the show where they're half episodes, and some of those are good for sure. I literally have a video about Urusei Yatsura. I should link it to you actually, because this could maybe improve your opinion about it. This is the video I made 4 years ago. Sheesh. That recommends 50 Urusei Yatsura episodes. And you will see the vast majority of them are not from the first 20. Although I tried to be as evenly distributed as possible. and have like a a swath from the whole series. The show works on Aqua Teen logic. Yeah. The second movie is the only Urusei Yatsura I've seen. Good for you. Good for you. As someone who intentionally didn't watch the second movie until I got to that point in the show and watched 100 episodes of the show, and then watched that movie, different takeaways. Different takeaways there. I did see the first episode of the British dub, and it's funny. Weird the randomly referenced Pokemon. Yeah. I've seen both the movies Oshi did, but I haven't seen enough of either version of the show to judge it. Yeah, I can. But I will save that. I'll check it out. Check out episode 10 sometime. Yeah. I talk about 10. In that's one of the 5 episodes that are like my favorite. But yeah, I mean, the real value to me of that video is to physically show you Urusei Yatsura. Is to like give you a clip and give you the coolest visuals from those episodes that I like, and also experience the music, because the music has so much variety and has so much really fun zany tracks and everything. It's really impressive. So it's just to get you interested in the show, and it is that sort of thing where it's like you can watch any the episodes in any order. There's certain characters you might not know who they are because they hadn't been introduced at that time, and I actually include in that video an episode guide that has the episodes when certain characters first show up, if you want to get their introduction first. But yeah, I do not like movie 2 as much as the first. Yeah, my man, I dab you right here. Let's go. I've only seen the first movie one time, years and years ago at this point. I want to watch it again by now, but it's certainly more Urusei Yatsura than the second one. There's rumors Takahashi doesn't like... Rumors? I don't know if they're rumors. I'm pretty sure that was confirmed, but I could be wrong. Maybe I just believe it that hard. Copium. When you said I talk about 10 at first, I thought you were talking about the character 10. Oh yeah, fair. Personally, the remake is a little disappointing to me because they sidelined the stormtroopers all weirdly. Chibi isn't even a Chibi anymore. Yeah, Roger, that's because it's an actual adaptation. The stormtroopers are an Oshi invention. Literally, Shigeru Chiba was such an enigmatic force, like as Megane, that he like Oshi just made him a character. He made him an actual main, like a pretty primary character. He has way more of a presence than some actual canon characters in Takahashi's manga. So, and I'm happy that they do they do tribute Shigeru Chiba, Toshio Furukawa, and I'm so sorry I forgot her name, the voice actress who plays Lum. They do let them play characters in this remake because and they're still active voice actors. Thankfully, I'm very grateful. They're very. I hope they live longer, please. I like that Chiba plays the dad, Ryunosuke's dad. He's perfect. I haven't heard him in the role, but I'm like, that's perfect. I already know that's perfect. And then Toshio Furukawa gets to play the dad, and Ataru's dad, and then Lum's original VA gets to play Lum's mom, and I love that. I haven't seen it yet, but like, man, it's so good. I did check out the first episode to the remake as well, and I actually kind of liked it more, but still not enough to continue. Hey, that's fair. I wish there was a remake used movie 6 style visuals. I think they'd execute it better than what they're trying with the original rounded designs right now. You know what I like about the remake is the color design. I really like what they're doing with the zany patterns and colors, and the David Pro show. What can I tell you? I don't know. It just looks very appealing to me. Yeah, I think it's strange in the case of the remake because stormtroopers were given a decent presence, but I feel like new viewers would be confused at who the heck they are exactly. Oh, sure. I think you get the. I think you get a similar experience with the original Urusei too. Not gonna lie, but like they still include them, but their relationship with the characters isn't that strong. In interviews, when asked about the second movie, Takahashi tends to give vague answers, so she probably has mixed feelings. Like, I bet it's because, like, she gets that it's a good movie. Like, that's my opinion about the... break the whole thing open, but, I don't know why we have made such a tangent on Urusei Yatsura, sorry. No, it's okay, it's brought it up, and I like Urusei Yatsura a lot. But, the second movie's a good movie, but it's not a good Urusei Yatsura movie. And I've said that. I think I've literally said this on the stream before. Didn't Satoshi direct that one? Something like that. Okay. Sa Roommate, 2005. Oh. Fair enough. Doesn't say it's a porn though. I don't know. It says based on the manga, so maybe it's not. Sounds like the premise for one, but they don't really say they have any sex or anything, so okay. Actually, this is a really good example. I keep worrying that I don't have an example of, like, I don't know whether this is porn or not. So I'm about to click on this. And it is ecchi fan service, but it is not pornographic, apparently. Cool. Milky helped produce it, though. Adults only? Wait a minute. Official website, adults only. Come on. Hold on. Let's check Mal. They don't have a cat. Usually A&N is pretty good about that, but let me just double check. Of course that's not going to show up on Mal. I'm an idiot. Kini Naru. Room. Why is Naruto showing up? I don't want to Google it. But I will. God damn it. No, that's not the same thing. Yeah, literally, it's on hentaidude.com. Tags, sex, oral, lick. Yeah, no. It is absolutely porn. Okay. I figured it out, fellas. The mystery is solved. Thanks, Aochi. This happens so often, Aochi, and I'm so sorry. I keep insisting on looking and finding out for myself, and I could have just looked at the chat and said that, see that you said it. I'm sorry. Okay. Yes, it is an HN. God damn it. It's another example. Okay, not another example, but it's finally a example. Out of my way to find out whether this was porn or not. God, this is garbage. Shot this on YouTube last year. What a waste of an hour. I'm not surprised. But it's a half hour. Full win, man. To be fair, it is only a half hour. What'd you do with that other half hour? Did you replay it? Did you have it on loop? I'm sorry, not to tease you. 1986 Roots Search. What a weird title. Roots Search. There are shades of the more recent hit Evangelion in this sci-fi tale that mixes biblical aliens elements with an alien pastiche and a far more sinister interpretation of God's purpose. But that is where the resemblance ends for this creaky anime, unreleased in English until 1992, a time on the shelf that did not find it aging gracefully. Did they just compare it to Evangelion when it came out in 1986? Can we not? Can we, when we're relating things to another, can we at least move forward in time? Being like, this recent thing reminds me of this older thing. Once you start being like, this older thing reminds me of this newer thing, it's just like, stop. Just start over. I agree with you on the look of the remake. I even like that they inserted the original theme sometimes into the score. Yeah. Technically it's 45 minutes. My brain tends to round things up. Oh, okay. Fair enough then. I'm just gonna make that point about root search. Shades of Evangelion. Shades of the more recent hit, Evangelion. It's from 1986. The whole thing is just scream soulless. Everyone seems to have worked on it for a paycheck. Well, yeah, for their job. Because that's the, that's the business. It's a business. Man, Ideon aged so poorly because it wasn't released until after Eva in the West. Creaky. Okay, say negative on that one. Roots search. Creaky. At time unreleased until 1992. A time on the shelf that did not find it aging gracefully. This J9 series released in the year 2022 hasn't aged all that well, I gotta admit. Like, yeah, okay. Of course not. It's from fucking 1980 something. Like, bruh. Heiserbeans has a good video on this from what I remember. He doesn't go on tangents like some of his other vids. Nice. Whenever folks say stuff like that, I take it as a challenge. Yeah. I get every anime staffer wants a paycheck, but Roots feels like everyone is annoyed to be there. Oh, you were talking about Roots search. I thought you were talking about Roommate. Still. You really don't want to assume that, with even this hentai or whatever. You'd never know unless they say it. Never really want to assume the intentions of a creator. You can make educated guesses, but I think that, I don't know, it leads into those sorts of assumptions that are just like so dismissive and derogatory. Because me saying that makes me think of how it's like the video I'm working on right now is making similar speculation, but it is just but I want to be very transparent that it's like we don't know why they did this, but this is what it looks like and why it feels that way. But it's not necessarily a analysis of quality. Why does it look bad? Because they didn't care. No. You know what I word it as? At least in this video I'm working on, I word it as they're just not as good. They just aren't that good at making it. Like, that's okay. That happens. You have inexperienced animators. You have new, fresh blood. You have a crunch of time, or they're just not that good. They're just not good. And that's okay. It's okay to admit when an artist isn't that good at their job. It's rude to tell that to their face or in a mean way. Although at the same time, they kind of say that all the time, right? They get told that. They're like, this is wrong. By like the animation director and stuff like that. You know? Anyway. This reminds me of the story of Buchigiri OVA episode 3 when the staff were burning cells in the parking lot after it finished. Yeah, and like you can have those stories and be like, what do you interpret that from? Oh, they probably didn't like it, or they had some contempt for it, right? I don't talk about H anime unless someone famous is attached. I'm trying not to mock the staff. I just feel bad for them. That's fair. Do you think all my above comments were talking about that H anime? Not all of them. Just the one about the whole thing felt so soulless. That comment I thought you were talking about roommates. Oh, is this like the slam dunk video? Nah, kind of. Kind of, yeah. It is. It's not centered around a question like why did it get canceled or whatever. Or it's not really about finding that answer. It is more about describing a interesting production situation that I find really interesting. I don't know how interesting anyone else is going to think about it. But, yeah. I'm going to try to be vague. Because I don't want to say it. I've already given one hint on my Discord. But, yeah. It's an interesting situation that I think just telling the story is neat. But unfortunately, it's speculative because this anime is incredibly obscure. But also, part of its history, part of the reason I'm talking about it, is because the history has literally been erased. Like, it's just not been taken care of well, and there is literal, like, mishandling of it. So we actually don't even know the full situation. There's a lot of holes, basically. If you watch Roots, you'll get where I'm coming from. Love the Slam Dunk video. It was very interesting. Yeah, and also the Slam Dunk video, I mean, it has more fun moments and kind of enjoying the show, and I'm also, well, not really. That one was a critique of 3 videos, but it really wasn't a critique of them. It was just adding something that they didn't say, which is more of the anime's relationship to the manga, which is also a little more fun thing to talk about. But then, yeah, I think it's a unique thing, but I hope to think that I was pretty tactful with my handling of that, and hopefully I can be tactful here. But I'm also thinking of adding something else to it. I don't know. I also hope it just comes out because it's. Edie's a banger, though. Deserve to be in a better anime. I know how that feels. That's my life. I know that. Yeah. Okay. That's it. Root search. God. I am so bad right now. This is gonna be a very long stream. This is not. This has been very slow. And I got 2 shows that are like pretty hot right now, so I'm gonna talk this one. This is from 2008. Rosario plus Vampire. Tsukune wants to go to a private academy, but his high school grades are so awful that no one will accept him, except for one yokai, traditional Japanese goblins, who attend disguised as humans, Spooky Kitaro. He's terrified that his fellow students will kill him, and determined to leave until he falls for a beautiful vampire. Now he just has to hope nobody finds out he's only human. Sticking faithfully to the harem formula, this series and its follow-up produce a show that sums up the genre. Action, humor, briskly executed and polished set pieces, crotch shots, and absurd situations are all delivered with slick ease. Okay. A second series was made by the same crew and aired in 2008, but to date, Ikedo's 2004 manga has inspired no more anime. That's not an opinion. Well, all delivered with slick ease. I would say mixed, because that is an opinion, but I don't want to say whether that's positive or negative. Sticking faithfully to the harem genre. Produce a show that sums up the genre. All delivered with slick ease. Apparently, it's not very faithful to the manga. Yokai are more supernatural creatures than simply goblins, but I'm nitpicking. Yeah. I just want to see that. I just want to identify their, or single out their comment. What sums up the genre? Here's what sums up the genre of harem. Harem formula sums up the genre. Action, humor, briskly executed and polished set pieces, crotch shots, and absurd situations are all, absurd situations. That's what sums up the genre. Action. By action, I guess they mean like physical action. Humor, yes. Humor is unequivocally a harem thing. But that's very basic. Incredibly broad idea. Yeah, okay, so does thrillers or horror. Anything, a lot of things can have humor. Briskly executed and polished set pieces. I agree about briskly executed. The gag, like, you're thinking about, well, I imagine what they really are talking about are ecchi sex comedy, like ecchi harems, which are really based around multiple girls and gag, like setups and set pieces. When they're saying set pieces, they're like, here's the scenario, it's Kisho Tenketsu, you know? Here's the basic setup, here's the build, the twist is the ecchi fall on her boobs, awkward situation or whatever, and the resolution is just like what happens at the end, which is a very swift end being like, and they move on, you know? Again, not to make a generalization of the whole genre. I don't want to. It's more like, trying to understand it and not judging it. But it's no different from the mecha genre or magical girl genre, I think, where it's simply the architecture that they're using to tell whatever story they want to tell. Whether that's a political thriller, or a slice of life, or a romantic drama, or, I don't know, coming of age story. A lot of them are coming of age stories. And that's, again, not to generalize further. To me, I think the harem ends up being a structure similar to, like, here's a mecha show, but we want to tell you our sci-fi story, but you're in it because there's a mecha. You know, you watched it because it's like, this is the mecha series. You know, I've been interested in it, you know. But here's our sci-fi conceit. Here's the idea. Or here's the story we want to tell. Okay. Rose of Versailles, 1979. Look, before I read this, I don't know if I've really read this before. I don't think so. I want to make two predictions, and I'm literally not looking at. I'm looking at myself and that monitor. I'm not looking at the article. Making 2 predictions. They're gonna bring up the French movie, and it's not a prediction so much as is a hope. I hope they bring up Tadao Nagahama. Because yes, Dozaki's a part of it. But I think most people know it for him, and they don't know Tadao Nagahama. Nagahama is directed half the show. And he's a very important, prolific anime director from the 70s. Really important. 60s and 70s, really. And Rose of Versailles is one of his last productions. He passes away in like 90. He literally passes in the middle of production. That's why Dazaki takes the helm. So let me see if they bring that up. In 18th century France, revolution is in the air, but for Oscar Francois de Jarget, the ties of tradition are all-powerful. Sole heir of an ancient family, she is given a man's name at birth and becomes the son her father wants. She succeeds so completely that she is soon one of the best fencers in France, promoted to captain of the guard of Marie Antoinette, Austrian child wife of the crown prince. Both Oscar and Antoinette are women alone, forced into roles they did not choose, and barred from love by duty. The crown princess of France loves a foreign nobleman, while the captain of the guard loves a childhood friend who is also a servant of her family. Both loves seemed doomed. I mean, the latter, the former certainly is doomed. The former with Therson is absolutely a problem and doomed. But, I don't really get that vibe from Oscar and Andre. Because, she's not like, yeah, I mean, it probably wouldn't have happened if they think about it, but it's not even on Oscar's radar. Oscar doesn't necessarily... It's more like Andre loves her and is there for her. And it's really not until later in the series does she realize that she has affections for him. You know? That's, weird. My prediction is they're going to leave out Cardinal Rohan, the best of more... Shut the fuck up! I'll be surprised if they mention either of them. I need to check at Rose of Versailles. Yeah. I'll try not to spoil if they say something. But both women must continue to live artificial public lives, concealing real private agonies. That's the thing. I mean, look, Oscar is so pilled. Like, she's so immersed in her role as the captain of the guard. And her realization as a woman and for her wants is what creeps into the surface. And the parallels are neat that they're making here. I like them. I think it's a very... The synopsis is weird to me. It just feels very proto-analysis? Proto? I'm using the word proto probably incorrectly, just to mean that, like, you're analyzing it before you're even saying what it's about. And, like, look, I certainly do that in my videos, because I don't really like recounting what the plot is, or what the summary is, or what the show is. I like just kind of jumping into it and getting to what I want to say about it, and kind of assume that you know about it already, or otherwise just give you the basics and you can look it up for yourself of what it actually is, for the most part, within reason. But it was a little weird, but I don't mind it. It's not the worst. It's not blowing my mind in terms of like, what the fuck. A tangle of fascinating subplots and well-developed supporting characters, some historical and some invented, make this one of the most powerful, incredible anime TV series. Yeah. I'll give a positive on that. Damn right. one of the most powerful and credible of anime TV series. As in Ryoko Ikeda's original 1972 manga, the sublime tale of love and loss ends with they spoil Rose of Versailles. Awesome! Cool! I love it! Wow! That's awesome! That's so cool! Wow! Oh my gosh! Huh? Come on! I'm watching Ashino Joe right now on episode 48. Zaki slaps. Yes, he does, Klaus. I'm very happy you are aware of Osamu Dazaki. You know? Really giving his, like, man, Zaki's killing it. Damn right. Damn right. Wow, actually praising Dazaki. I'm referring to the authors. No, they've not mentioned Dazaki yet. They've only mentioned Ryoko Ikeda's manga. It's so incredible that we're going to spoil it for you in the very next line. Yeah, I guess it kind of rebuts my point about what I said about Romeo and Juliet being like, wow, they don't spoil things that they like. Nope. Where did I say that? Oh, spoilers. Right. One of the greatest anime ever. Here's how it ends. Yeah. What the fuck? Me too. I'm on episode 45. Awesome, John. I'm happy more people are getting to Ashino Joe. And y'all should be watching it around this time because I will soon be making a big streaming series about it. Soon enough. Probably like a year from now. Let's be honest. But yeah, you got a year. I just mean that they don't dislike this like his other work. No, they've liked other stuff. Wait. They liked 1 Pound Gospel. They gave him credit for that. I have to look, actually. I'd have to really look at it and be like, yeah, they didn't give an opinion about Aim for the Ace. Yeah, they didn't give an opinion about Ashino Joe, or Takarajima, or Remy, or Gamba, or Cobra. Yike. 1970, the visuals hold up surprisingly well. I think it looks better than Gundam 79. Really? I mean, I like it too. I like it more than Gundam as well. It's literally my favorite anime. But don't knock Mobile Suit Gundam. That's actually a very well produced anime. It's really interesting, the whole history of that. But like really talented people on that show. No slouch. But I know what you mean. Didn't they both come out in the same year? No, you're thinking... Windman, you're thinking of Ashino Joe 2, which came out in the fall of 1980, so it was after Gundam finished. So Gundam like started in 79. In the spring of 1979. So it would like I think it finished airing shortly in the new year, like 1980, like it didn't last a full year. It was 43 episodes. And then Joe was the fall of 1980. So it's not quite. I meant Gundam. New Joe remaster. I know, it looks great. Didn't they both come out the same year? They hated Aim for the Ace? No, they just didn't really say anything about it. They just don't give their opinion about it, you know? But I think in the 3rd edition they added that it's actually a really formative and important and good series. So they weren't hating on Ace. Although it does suck that they were like really I think they said it was boring and cliche. I have to look. Let me check that. I don't want to. I don't want to put words in their mouth. I'm gonna check aim for the. There's 28 results for aim for the ace. Gosh. Okay, so the series has inspired several other anime, which follows a similar story progression but uses judo as its sport of choice. It also has the questionable distinction of both sci-fi and erotic pastiches. Yes, there it is. Notably, the original TV series was broadcast in the same year of that the original manga began running, suggesting that Aim for the Ace's position as one of the quintessential sports anime was recognized from its earliest days. Its enduring appeal is attested not only by its anime revivals and its impressive performance abroad, chiefly in Italian, French, and Spanish, but also by its high position in many polls of Japanese viewers' favorite anime and manga. Its most recent incarnation is a 2004 live-action TV series. So, they don't give their impression, but they do say it's a quintessential series. I don't think they said it was really boring or cliche anywhere. You're right, Uchi. There is Dazaki did some storyboards under the pseudonym Makurasaki. And then, yeah, they spoil Aim for the Ace. Right. Anyway. Anybody else would think this would be fit on PBS primetime? I mean, if it was dubbed in PBS aired anime nationwide, that would be cool. I find Ashinojo's directing and character animation a lot better. That's fair. I'll clarify, I meant Gundam and Rose Versailles came out the same year. No, yeah, they did. But he's talking about... He was comparing Ashinojo, the first series from 1970, and Gundam. 70s anime is a mixed bag in general, depending on who directed it. I don't know. It's pretty cool. Anyway, yeah, they spoil Rose Versailles. I can't read any of this because it's all spoilers. I don't want to, like, accidentally read something like, oh, it looks like they've dwelled down the spoilers, and then right back into spoilers afterwards. So I'm going to stop saying it out loud. And I will say, like, this does lead to further analysis. So they at least don't spoil haphazardly. Like, they actually want to bring this point up, and it requires them spoiling the ending. So that's fine. Like, that's what I told. That's what I've talked about with Getter Robo, and they didn't even spoil Getter Robo. I was so mad about that. I was like, I can understand you spoiling Getter Robo, and then they don't even fucking do that. It's like, come on. 70s has a bunch of banger series. I lean more towards the 70s than 60s, but there are stinkers in there. Yeah, there's stinkers in every era, in every decade. I agree, but then there are all the Mazinger clones and other derivative titles. I don't think they're that... I don't think that makes much of a difference. It would be like, writing off the whole decade of the 2010s or 2020s for how much isekai there was.
or the 90s for how much like harem or something, or moe for the 2000s. You know what I mean? It's like, come on. Don't worry about that. Don't let it bother you, basically. And maybe you're like, I'm not bothered. Look, it's you seem to be throwing the whole 70s being like, you know, it's the 70s. But like, I don't know. Really good stuff in the 70s. Really good. I'll admit some dry seasons, like 1976. Not too many. Not too many. Not too many. I'm just gonna read this last paragraph before I Oh no. I skimmed it. Oh no. These motherfuckers. No! The renowned Araki Himeno team transformed Ikeda's black and white manga art into a colorful fantasy. And while the action is played strong, the romance is played with delicacy and pathos, keeping melodrama in check. Its roots are clearly in Tezuka's magical Princess Knight, and its influence is still strong in the 1990s TV hit Utena. It is so popular in France that it is still screened occasionally on French TV, and was also adapted as a live-action film, Lady Oscar, directed by Jacques Demy. These motherfuckers. A live-action musical version is the jewel in the crown of Japan's Takarazuka Theater troupe. Rose of Versailles deserves its classic rank. Despite its age and technical deficiencies... Where's the technical deficiencies comment coming from? You didn't mention that a single time. It still delivers powerful entertainment. Guess what they didn't say? And can you believe these guys? They say that they make a point that the live action film is directed by Jacques Demy, but they don't mention the anime was directed by Tadao Nagahama and Osamu Dezaki. I knew they'd compare it to Ribino Kishi. Oh yeah, obviously. But then, like, Tezuka's magical Princess Knight. Wow. Didn't mention either director. I should have figured, but like, I actually believed in them. I genuinely believed in them. Like, they might not talk about Tada, but of course they're gonna mention Dezaki. I said this in my Access to Dezaki video, actually, that when they talked about Rose of Versailles finally arriving stateside, the anime, I'm pretty sure they were referring to the anime, or maybe I don't know. They did not mention Osamu Dezaki or Tadao Nakahama for that matter. But of course not Tadao. Why are they accrediting the character designs for the art style and color design? The renowned Araki Himeno team transformed Ikega's black and white manga into a colorful fantasy. Yeah, I don't really know what that was either. I don't, that's a good call. Look, they certainly have some, I think character designers have some say in the color palette. Like, this character's blonde with the blue outfit and everything. Sure, but yeah, not really, not quite the same thing. And did they really just say Dezaki's directing is technically flawed? It just says despite its age and technical deficiencies. So the animation or something? I don't know what they mean by technical deficiencies. I straight up don't know what they mean. They didn't list a single technical deficiency. What are they talking about? Bet they wouldn't say that about a Miyazaki series. I mean, the only one they can say about is Future Boy Conan, and I don't think that would deserve. just as much as Rose of Versailles doesn't deserve technical despite its age and technical deficiencies. I wouldn't say that about Rose of Versailles. I wouldn't want that to be said about Conan either. But you're probably right. Of course they wouldn't say that about it. Oh. Okay. Sorry to plagiarize you, Ouchie. Crediting the character designers for the art style and color design. Of course, no mention of Nakahama or Dazaki, but they go ahead and mention Tezuka's Magical Princess Night, and that Lady Oscar film was directed by Jacques Demy. Feel free to plagiarize. Or it's old so it's ugly argument. I hate that it looks old so it sucks argument, right? Oh, it's comical. And you know what's a subtler critique that you really always have to keep in mind? You always have to consider, how are you watching this show? Are you watching it on a fucking shitty TV rip? Or are you watching the DVD, like the cleaned remaster HD, like remaster? You gotta keep that into consideration, because I do believe that affects the experience. I do think you will like something more if it at least is looking in the best possible quality. I do think that, maybe not to you individually. I think there's an innate psychological effect. I know it happens for me. I know it does. I still don't know if the whole Versailles-Utena comparison even holds that much water to begin with. Though I know in the audio commentary, Yukihara talks about how he might have unintentionally made a Princess Knight Versailles-esque series. Unintentionally? Wow. That's interesting. I mean, stylistically, sure, same with Dear Brother, but besides that, no. Yeah, wait. Despite its age and technical deficiencies. Like what? Mention any. I have to look at the first. I still have to read the first edition. Oh, interesting. They didn't mention the live action film in the first edition. even though it was made in 1979. Interesting. Added 1979 live action film. But then there's the age and technical deficiencies comment. Alright. Yeah, I can't really watch VHS because of that, I think. I mean, both are about revolution, but their ways of presenting that idea are completely different. I mean, sure, but I still don't think RV's story affected Rouge from 1997. Erotically charged tales. Alright. Bro. Gen Z. From 1991. They don't spoil Rogency here. They say, like, the ending, and then they don't really express explicitly what it is. Yeah, I'd agree. Rouge actually isn't hentai, surprisingly enough. Okay. See, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. Jeez. I can assume. I don't know. Like it. Arguably a superior story. Arguably a superior story. It's fated to remain in Akira's shadow. Or not! Or fucking not! Owing to a drastically smaller animation budget. I just saw it, that thing from Steve-um, because he was reading about, you know, he's doing his research for Mononoke, and I think he said at one point that, like, Akira's budget is actually not that big. It could have been Matteo as well. I don't remember who was looking into it. But they were like, yeah, it's actually not that crazy. It's expensive, probably still expensive for sure, but like, you would never be able to guess from the description of it though. Otomo didn't direct this. No, they say that. There aren't many anime that begin with, yeah. Akira creator Otomo took a back seat for this satire on the developed world's aging population, limiting himself to script and design duties. The guy that did Golden Boy. Oh, nice. This pisses me off, actually. This actually pisses me off. Fucking 1991. Watch for some clever touches, such as an underground battle lit in old-fashioned sepia tones, and artificial scan lines on a TV screen, showing real attention to detail. You know, fucking else used scan lines for good attention to detail in 1980? Anyone want to take a guess? Sometimes I feel like they don't actually care much about Atoma, they just care about Akira specifically. Yeah. I don't know if I can make that exact pin, but definitely circa curious what they'll say about Steam Boy. I'm interested too. Oh. Satoshi Kon worked on the backgrounds and later put his experience of designing lived-in environments to good use as the director of Perfect Blue. Oh my gosh, it's the GOAT. Hey, good to see you, Hugs. Very good to see you in chat. We're on hour 3. By the way, that answer was Osamu Dezaki. I literally make that observation in my Dezaki video that he uses artificial scan lines to make it look like the illusion of a real TV screen. In fact, I mean, it's not a big deal. Other anime did this, but like, you even think about Ashinojo 1, and again, but Kyoji no Hoshi and Tiger Mask do this as well, where the TV screen is in black and white. Like, that's such an like, sure, that's not that, like, that's real attention to detail. But like, no, I like that he uses them in a way that it looks like a digital effect. It looks like a real TV scan line. It's not just like sketched or whatever. And I'm sure that happens in Rojin Z too, and I like it for that. That's a great observation to make. But like, it's so frustrating how they'll give this kind of credit to someone like Otomo, or this thing that they actually whatever, but then just have complete ignorance to, and I don't know, maybe pointing this out isn't to disparage design, but it's just like seeing over and over again how they are not putting Dezaki's name out there. And look, I'll also be aware, like, I want to have a little self-awareness that, like, you know, I don't necessarily want to push Dezaki as an auteur necessarily, and because I'm thinking about the issue of anime directors as auteurs when referring to Stevens' Shin Ultraman video, which I think makes a great point, that movie isn't what it is because of Anno's genius or something. It's because of the people involved and their individual geniuses that together makes a great movie. By the way, RSV was 1979. It was 1979, yeah, it is. But I'm talking about TV scan lines, and that's not going to happen in, you know, medieval France. How's it going? Making good progress? It's okay. It's a little slow going. Yeah, because I keep talking and tangenting and everything. No idea, but I like the computer effect in Bye Bye Lady Liberty. Was surprised they imitated computer graphics at the time very well. Wonder if they used something like that in Amiga art program. Amiga was an interesting computer. Games haven't aged well though. I think it's books like this, which is why people think Dezaki is some nobody who directed 4 Hamtaro movies. That's what I'm saying, Roger! That is what I am arguing. That is what I am arguing. These guys, but I'm also saying that I think it's a capturing. It's a taste of like, this is what like their opinions as well, like their tastes of like, oh, it's a porn game, oh, this is just slice of life, oh, this is sports, oh, this is da da. You know, their biases are not unique. They're they're just the wide consensus. These are stigmas and gaps in knowledge that the wide community felt. And this is like the book's representative of that. It's not the tastemaker. I first read this being like, wow, can you imagine maybe this is like the tastemaker of sorts? It could have been, but there's no way to prove that. What I think it does prove is that this is a perfect encapsulation of everything that we've been fighting in the past couple of years to try to rectify. Well, I say people, that was just one person. Yeah, it's attitudes like this that make people call every auteur anime director the next Miyazaki. Right, exactly. I think it's a not an altogether constructive thing. It's reductionist. It's what I keep saying, essentialism. It's just easy to think of one person behind it all than to think of the complex. You have to. It's all interwoven with each other. It's a whole industry. It's a long story. Hard to boil down. Hard to put into TikTok. There's so many unsung heroes with a production as big as building an anime. We tend to romanticize and give credits to the directors. There's so many individual visions contributing. Yeah. It's like they're saying Miyazaki is different from all these other losers. A little bit. Just a smidge. Anyway. Owing to a drastically smaller animation budget. Or just its scope. It's not this big epic, big sci-fi movie. Like, it's certainly cool and fun, but it's like on the level of Stink Bomb. Right? Like, it's very similar to Stink Bomb and Otomo's Memories, you know? But who cares if it's not as popular as Akira? Who cares? The program I meant was Deluxe Paint. It was used for different things. I agree, but I'm mostly referring to directors. Okay. Let me read the first edition. God. Yeah. I'm not going to write the scanline comment because it's a very personal nitpick because it's just like relating to my personal experience, not just like a general gripe, I think, but it's whatever. Roron from 2002. Oh yeah, I'm not saying it as a retort, just to add into the pool of thought. I really only know about the Amiga from British YouTubers. Speaking of Akira, is that remake still happening? Seems it. I'm not gonna believe it until it starts to actually get made and there's a trailer or something, and then it'll be like, oh, it's happening. You know, because it's been shelved for so many times and so many years. But it seems like it's moving forward after a little while. That might be what Taika Waititi's working on next, and we'll see if that happens. Stink Bomb is the best part of Memories, though. Not a bad take. It's cute. That's a cute take. I respect it. That's fun. It's fun. I don't think it's been talked about. I'm sorry. I don't think it's been talked about since 2021. No, I saw recently on Twitter that Taika Waititi announced that like he's moving forward with Akira, but we don't know what that means. Ever seen the Move Your Feet music video? It used deluxe part. Okay, Roran, 2002. Toshihiro Hirano is a hugely talented designer and director whose preferred scenarios involve cute girls in love with other cute teenagers of either gender, being menaced by slime-dripping monsters or piloting heavy metal. He tends to favor gothic horror over straight tentacle porn. This show combines his great loves, cute girls, occult horror, and big robots, with the strongest emphasis on robots. Roran bears an uncanny resemblance to director Hirano's earlier Ixer 1, even to the extent of battling a rival counterpart in the manner of Ixers 1 and 2. See also Saikano. Yeah. I mean the new Akira anime by Sunrise. I haven't heard shit about that, no. No. I'm not saying the line. A little quick scroll up. Ah, I see. No need to, no further comment. Rowan was actually referenced in Lucky Star since Hiromi Kano also plays Rowan. Oh, but I think it's a shame that Rowan isn't mentioned along the lines of other classic Sekai K works. I think Saikano's an apt comparison. Okay. They like it though, and you see, that was a good article because they really make it focused on, look, this is where it comes from. This is Hirano, and he's known for this, and he's done this before, and stuff like that. So it's substantive. And not to say that Rose of Versailles wasn't substantive, because it makes sense to credit Ikeda. I don't want to discredit Ikeda. And I like that they brought up Araki and Himeno, despite kind of inappropriately, kind of misappropriating things. But that was nice. It just sucked eggs that, like, it sucked. It just sucked. It was announced in 2018, but we haven't heard of it since. Yeah, don't think about it. Don't count on it. But maybe. We were waiting on Pluto forever, so you never know. Yeah, it's like a Sekai K Ixer, I think the best way of describing it. I haven't seen this one. The Straff attracted me to it. Yeah, same. They don't necessarily say this is not necessarily. They really only give compliment to Hirano. The ending's a bit abrupt. It's more than Neoranga or Dangayo. Neoranga, but less comedic. Just having everything cranked to 11. Ro Zen Maiden. 2002. That's right. Here's the other one, which became as much of their owners' lives as real people. Part of the relatively recent Gothic Lolita subgenre of anime based on the fashion fad of the same name, also found in Petit Cosette and Moon Phase. Ugh. Love that. That's such a funny blunder to me. Gosh. Not that, if you're not familiar, if you're a new viewer, if you're, not, I think several of you remember this, but, when we went to Moon Phase, the first time they brought up this Gothic Lolita thing, they literally copy-pasted, more or less, this phrase of part of the relatively recent Gothic Lolita subgenre of anime. And they forgot to link Rosen Maiden in the Moon Phase one, and in the Moon Phase article, it just says, also found in Petit Cosette and Moon Phase. You know, the one you just read. It's funny. Like, I remember the first few episodes of Rowan being really intense, and some of the reveals later were a bit difficult to process at first. I remember dropping Neoranga, but I might give it a second chance. Yeah, come on! It's very refreshing. It's a very different feeling show. I might not have been in the right state of mind when watching it. I think I kept unfairly comparing it to FMAO 3. Yeah, just forget about that whoever wrote it, whoever author that is. Don't worry about it. Just enjoy it for what it is, you know? Don't worry. Who cares who wrote it? I wonder who that could have been. Moonphase. See also Moonphase. Right. Yes. Like Moonphase. So funny. Okay. They didn't say much about that, though. No comment, nothing. That's fine. Ruben Kaiser. From 1977. And it is not in the first book. Let's just double check the back. G. Gekiso. 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 Geki Ganger 3. Geki. Gecko Common. Gecko no Pierce? Nope. New article. Have there been any funny entries so far? Nothing so... it's been okay. Let me just put this in real quick. Kaiser. 1977. Yeah, Rocket Girls. Pile of Hokum and Sugar actually turns out to be a pleasantly entertaining series. What the fuck? You just called it Pile of Hokum and Sugar. Just like disappointing and like irritating choices. Nothing so funny, really. Oh, this was funny actually. So Robotech. Yeah, Robotech. They say, like Nausicaa's U.S. re-edit, it is variously viewed as a welcome adaptation of unfamiliar material for a new, less adventurous audience, or a watered-down travesty of its origins. I didn't think it was a divisive thing. I think everyone just didn't like. Nobody liked it. I don't know anyone who's like, actually, I prefer Warriors of the Wind to Nausicaa. What? Yeah, completely out of context. Absolutely no context. They just randomly say, oh, another distant homage to the U.S. boxer Mike Tyson was carefully buried in Street Fighter 2. How about Rokudanashi Blues? Alright. And then Rosa Versailles article is not very good. It was pretty disappointing. They spoil it. They spoil Rosa Versailles pretty heavily. Yeah. But that's been pretty much the extent of it. Anyway, Ruben Kaiser. They spoil a twist, but they say it's like it comes with little surprise. Turns out to be in a twist that will come as little surprise. What's wrong with that? Seriously, what's wrong with that? It's only like frustrating if it leads to developments or is executed in a way that is frustrating. But like, you really can't be like, oh, come on, how come Sailor Moon doesn't know that's Tuxedo Mask? You know, it's like, can we lighten up a little bit? I enjoyed Rosamund. I think the hikikomori aspects were in particular quite touching. When the main character is scared to show his face in public and see his classmates, it hit hard. That's cool. That's fair. Just a dumb comment on RVH, but other than that, not really. Aren't they referencing how people wanted the original macros? Well, yeah, they're talking about the divisiveness between, because people love it or loathe it. But my qualm is that they are saying that's just like Nausicaa and Warriors of the Wind. Like, that's not actually the same thing. Maybe people who watched Warriors of the Wind or Robotech back then, they were more accepting because that's how they got introduced to these tiles, or maybe. And that's why I'm like, I said it at that point when we were reading it, like, maybe these guys are old enough to remember that, but I don't. But like, the Robotech thing still happens today because Robotech actually got continuations and novels and comics and fully original animated sequels. You know, like it became an actual thing, whereas Warriors of the Wind did not. In fact, most people have probably never even seen it because it's completely buried. It's not like available. It's not made available anywhere. There could be some nostalgia since these guys are pretty old, but I don't know. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I guess I have no nostalgia for Four Kids One Piece. I have nostalgia for Four Kids One Piece. When Crocodile says desert doo-doo, that left an impact. Fucking goddamn it, Roger. I remember cringing at that part. I think that was the last time I tried to give the dub a fair chance. I think I'd get a kick out of it. The only thing that I wouldn't get I wouldn't enjoy 4K's One Piece if it was boring. If it was like really dull, like fucking Garzy's Wing, like most of Garzy's Wing or most of Ghost Stories, to me, that's just me. They're like, the highlights are funny, but like, don't watch the whole thing. It's not funny. If it was boring, then like, yeah, that sucks. But like, stupid shit like that, that's really funny. And I can enjoy that separately because One Piece exists. And a lot of the ire that came from Robotech is the Harmony Gold stuff that like it prevented us from getting any macros over here for a long time. You had more options at the time One Piece was around. In the Robotech days, there wasn't as much anime available. The thing is, though, the Robotech fans don't necessarily understand that it's anime. They don't, they're not really. What their argument was that like it was it's for new audiences or something. But then the detractors are just like, okay, then just fucking watch Macros then, because it has all of those elements. It's not even a matter of principle. It's just a matter of like, it's no different. I still have nostalgia for pirate rap. Used to sing along with it. That's too far. That's for me at least. I watched it till the end. Though I remember I used to do a pun count every episode. I think I counted like 30 puns in an episode. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, when you have stuff like FMA 03 and Inuyasha at the same time, it does look worse. To be fair, I think I watched the last episode only because I knew it was getting replaced by the funny dub. Anyway. However, forced to run opposite the new series of Lupin III, Rupert Kaiser suffered understandably low ratings and early cancellation. Now look, I think there is some merit to talking about the outer context of a show's success when it comes to things airing at the same time. The two examples I can think of is Matteo Watts just put out the next installment of his Mushi Pro series. You all should be reading that. That is so invaluable and way better than most things I've been experiencing anywhere on YouTube, Twitter, anywhere. He's the GOAT. He is the GOAT. I don't take that lightly. I don't want, it's fun. It's cute. I like saying things. I appreciate Hugs calling me the GOAT, but like, Jesus Christ. I cannot believe how valuable those articles have been. And how his TMS article continues to be, even though he's denounced it. It's mostly rubbish, but okay. But, I certainly found value in it. But, he talks about in that third arc, the latest one that just came out today, about Goku no Daiboken and Ribbon no Kishi. And how really just for Ribbon no Kishi was just low ratings in general because PTA didn't really like the gender swapping thing. But Goku no Daiboken very explicitly was running up against Golden Bat. It was enjoying good ratings at first, and then it plummeted in the ratings because it shared the same time as Golden Bat. And that did lead to they literally had to change the series. They were like, okay, it's a combination of PTA complaints and the show is just not doing that well. So the anime literally conformed and became less artsy and the less of their intention. They had a particular intent with that show. Again, I highly recommend you read this article about it. I'll link it. I'll just link it. One second. But basically they changed the show. They just went in a different direction. So there are certain things to bring up with that context to better understand a series. And another one I can think of that I ran into is how Cutie Honey ran at the same time as Limit Chan. And they mention that in this book, and they credit it as the reason that it's not as popular as because Cutie Honey ran at the same time. But that does have a tangible effect when people think that Cutie Honey is part of the Majoko series, because that's an early Toei's Magical Girl series from the 70s, when it is not part of that line explicitly. That line is defined by what was in that time slot and what followed after each other. So it literally just isn't part. Cutie Honey just is not part of it, despite several official art of some products and video games and blah 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 have Cutie Honey in that Majoko group because it's the more popular one. That's the one that even fans don't even care about really. Limit Chan. That's the thing. It's a sad reality. So it's like there is some merit to this sort of thing, but it really, the amount that these guys do with it and comparing things is so noxious to me. It just needs purpose. It needs construction. Because in Matteo Watts' article, I'm sorry if I keep using his real name. In this Animetudes article, he's framing it for a narrative. Because Mushi is suffering. After Kimba and Astro Boy ending and the death of this very important figure in the company, the next two shows, next two major shows that they had, were both failures in different ways. And that contributed to their spiraling. Because they were literally on top of the fucking world. They were literally on top of the Japanese animation industry for like a period of time. And they lost it. And they were very physically aware of that. Like viscerally aware that they just lost the ground. It's really interesting. And that's that realization that like Tezuka's works can't really be adapted the same. They can't adapt Tezuka's works anymore. And that was a big breadwinner for them because that means he, as the original author, he gets all the royalties. So all of that would feed back into the show. It was a very it was a very idealistic system. But they realized that they weren't creatively capable, even if they were taking it in a different direction, like Goku no Daiboken, or if Tezuka himself was trying to get it done with Princess Knight. In both cases, it didn't work. Really interesting. And they were like, oh shit. I initially thought that 4 Kids One Piece dub wasn't that bad, and then I revisited it. Ooh. I thought Luffy sounded the same in both dubs. I didn't remember how Sanji sounded. 4 Kids did a good job of keeping their shows entertaining. I guess One Piece and Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds are really bad dubs. I don't know if it matters so much if that's how people get into those series. I could say as a hardcore fan that 4 Kids Yu-Gi-Oh! Has its issues and drawbacks, but I wouldn't be here today if I hadn't seen it on TV. Same. Same for me for Yu-Gi-Oh! And One Piece, I agree. That's what I said that in my how to you should buy anime video. Say what you will about their poor practices, they still did the work and converted people into fans, even if those fans would come to resent them later. I said it. Anyway. Ruben Kaiser, go whatever. Understandably low ratings because Lupin the Third was airing the same time. It's 17 episodes. I wonder if that seems weird. 17 episodes? I feel like something more disastrous had to have happened. That's just me, but like, just because Lupin was running at the same time, it's not that bad. I don't know about that. I guess it's a reason, sure. It's certainly an idea. That's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. It wasn't forced, by the way. Forced to run opposite the new series of Lupin the Third. I just thought, do I really want to look up the time slots of Ruben Kaiser and Lupin the Third to see if they were in the same time slot? Suffered understandably low ratings and early cancellation. I'm gonna look it up. Fuck me. Lupin Sensei. The anime miscellaneous content. Yeah, no shit. Rice field. I love looking through Japanese Wikipedia. Oh, okay. Cool. Okay, they have a separate article. Cool. Okay. When did it air? Come on. All I want to know is it's fucking aired at Thursdays, Mondays, what? Come on. Give it to me. Character design, main differences from the first. Who cares? Production. Broadcast. Do I have to scroll? Impact? Broadcast status after the main production. Broadcast period. There we go. Mondays at 7. Military time. Mondays at 7. Ruben Kaiser. Gekiso Ruben Kaiser. Can I? Yeah, there we go. Ruben Kaiser. There we go. And it aired Mondays at 7. They are correct. I didn't mean to fact check them. I did. I was curious. TV Asahi. And but it was so 7. It was on TV Asahi at Ruben Kaiser. Wow. The Japanese Wikipedia actually cites the counter program was Loop on the Third, so the audience rating could not be obtained, and it was discontinued after 17 episodes. In response to the so-called supercar boom at that time, in addition to the work, there were only 4 racing car animations, including Tobidase Flying Dragon, Gattiger, and Aeroglembum Grand Prix Hawk. But the 3 works, except Grand Prix Notaka, finished broadcasting within half a year. Yeah, I guess they, yeah. That's insane. Oh. Yeah, didn't Fighting Foodons help get you an anime? Not Fighting Foodons, no. Shapes, you almost gave me an attack when you said games theory. Sorry. Walked away for a bit. I like the Yu-Gi-Oh dub. It's the sequel series. GX got unwatchably cheesy and cringe for me. I never liked it in the first place, though. Okay, we're finally on. This has been a slow stream. No more nonsense. It's a long synopsis. There's only 4 episodes. Okay. It's a D&D style adventure. Compare its more successful contemporary, the lighthearted fantasy Slayers. Alright. That's it. Let me just check the first edition. God. No, I think it's the same. Hold on. Yeah, okay, it's the same. Yeah, okay. Rumbling Hearts. Rumbling Hearts from 2002. Haruka Suzumiya. Wow. That's a close... I know it doesn't mean much, but it is funny. Haruka Suzumiya. It's close. Oh my god! They totally called themselves out! Look away now if you are one of those people who complain the anime encyclopedia gives away all the plot twists. They got this complaint and they ignored it. Look away now. I can't look away reading a book. I mean, I could, I guess. But it's not just something... I physically read it. It's not a video. It's not a song. It's not a passive medium. What does look away now even mean? They calling me out. If you're one of those people who complain the anime encyclopedia gives away all the plot twists. First of all, categorically you do not. Categorically. You don't. You don't. But you don't really have a reason, most of the time, for why you do. I just don't get it. There's no rhyme or reason. If you spoiled every anime in the encyclopedia, at least you're consistent. At least that's a choice. That's like, okay, this is what we're gonna do. You know? This is how it ends. Like, that's, if anything, there might be a function to that. But you can't just be haphazard with it. Gives away all the plot twists. Yeah, like, I'm sure they got emails like that. You spoil everything. It's a hyperbole. But it is interesting how often it happens that would lead you to that conclusion. God. Rumbling Hearts is from 2003. Game ROM's still available. Self-aware arc? They've always been self-aware. They keep citing themselves like, it annoys an encyclopedist to no end. They always do that. Yeah, in Araya and an AMA, McCarthy kept spoiling anime, and people were calling her out on it, including Clemens. Oh my god, really? That's really it. That's insane. This is like watching a rom-com and the cameraman walks up to you and punches you in the face. I am a hater. You might be right, Hugs. I think I am a hater. Yeah, we're into the self-aware arc of this book. No, they've been doing this all the time. Okay, I'd watch that show. God, okay. What is it? I guess, what is it? In this instance, it's a twist that I'm like, okay, I actually kind of want to check that out now. Because look, guys, I mean, you look at the fucking cover. The only thing I know about this title, that I ever knew about this title, let me just get a good cover. This is the cover that's on Mal. You know what I mean? This right here, this is all I knew it for. It's just, and what I knew specifically is, you know, first VN adaptation. I don't really know if it's really the first, but this is really the one that set everything off. You know, this is like the big one, the real like igniter for that whole trend. That's what I knew about it for. And I would respect it for that, but like nothing about it made me hooked to actually watch it, besides maybe people's interest. I know Beyond Ghibli, I believe, I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure this is one of the titles he really likes and really advocates for. But I could be wrong. I'm sorry, Joe, if I'm wrong about that. I might be mistaking it for somebody else. But now I know. But now I know the twist. That's kind of cool. In this instance, sometimes it's good. But there are other but here's the problem with spoilers. Here's the thing. Look, I think it's perfectly understandable to overcome a fear of being spoiled. But it's case by case. There are some series that you do not want to be spoiled on because you're watching them right now, like in the middle of it, or are about to, right? Or if you kept yourself willingly in the dark about. It's a case by case of like your personal relationship with that media. And the other problem is consent. Just because you know what happens, you want to be courteous and respectful to the people who don't want that, information. It's not a uniformly accepted thing. There are people who don't want spoilers for even things that they don't want to, they weren't ever going to, you have to ask. It's like, do you mind spoilers? That is the courteous etiquette to do. And maybe someday that will change. But that is not the etiquette right now. I mean, God, at the very least they said look away now. But I can't do that because then I can't say I've read the entire encyclopedia. I wonder if they're going to bring up that the main character in Mumbling Hearts looks like Sakura Kinomoto. Maybe. I wonder if they're going to bring up how the team Tsundere came from a fan on message boards talking about Daikuji Ayu. They're not going to mention Tsundere, Roger. If they don't want to talk about otaku or hentai, they're not going to use the word tsundere. Kimonozo is really big, at least the game. Not even close to the first, but very important one. Okay. Yeah, it was something to do with it. It's a big milestone. I didn't think I wasn't sure about being first, but like, it's something to do with the history that's really important. Anyway. I don't want to read this in case, I don't want to read anything out loud because again, similar with Rose Versailles. It was based on a dating sim game and manga by Age, Ajay, A-G-E, with a caret, which began as part of the adults-only erotica genre, although the anime, like later versions of the game, drops much of the nudity in favor of the romance. It does, however, occasionally cling to a misplaced desire to inject comedy into what is ultimately a rather dark and weepy storyline. Regardless, the result is an original variant on the implicit promises and romantic tensions of Love Hina and its ilk. Can't get away! Niga Senzo! You can't escape. Although the live-action Japanese drama had been there before with Since I Met You, and American TV would take a similar approach. a 3-part spin-off video with a love story centered around Haruka's sister, Akane. Though the central characters from Kimo's Own Nozo also appear. I completely agree. Not much to add, but I do find it funny when people try to be indirect about their spoilers. Oh, that's your favorite character. Let's just say don't get too attached. Ha. Oh my god. Oh. It's by the same studio that made Love, and I believe they're related narratively. Wow. Also, I think Mario Kart wrote one of the non-main routes of the game. Wow. Okay, so, an original variant, I'll give them mixed. Misplaced desire to inject comedy in what's ultimately a rather dark and weepy storyline. Really? I thought she just wrote the anime. I swear to God, stop with Love Hina. Yeah. Yeah. Run. Run. From 1995. 5 Toni Naritai. Go Toni Naritai. Run equals dim? That's not it. Run. Okay, Goto. What I'm looking for. 4 hours almost. Go. Nope. Nope. New entry. Run. 1995. Okada wrote for a lot of different mediums, though it bugs me how she doesn't specify what works they were. I have to guess. I think they love Hina. No, they don't. Every anime secretly loves Hina. Yeah. Just when there's a hint of the trope of childhood friends and love, it's like, oh, love Hina? That's it. Okay, run. Oh. Oh. Oh, it's the... Oh, of course I literally had the same fucking reaction to My Sister Momoko and Rebirth Day. Yep. I remember looking at this one and yeah, it is in here. Okay. Oh. They don't give their opinion on it though. But yeah, now interested in Rebirth Day / My Mr. Go Toni Naritai is run. Yeah. I like that adversity thing. I'm mostly familiar with the awful Words Wonder Swan game. Is this also Satoshi? Run is directed by Mei Kato, scripted by Yoko Yamamoto. I don't see a Satoshi anywhere. Yeah. Run Melos, 1981. But it's a TV special from 1981, And there is the movie from 1992. I kind of don't. I think this is a kind of distasteful. I don't get a good vibe from this. I don't know what you guys think, but I don't get a good vibe from this. So if you're familiar with Run Mellows, the concept, it's a happy ending. And so they say Osamu Dazai's 1940 short story was based on Greek legend filtered through a poem by Schiller, but has become a classic of Japanese literature. The simple story, hinging on the nature of friendship and the ability to keep faith, has a happy resolution that is bitterly ironic when one remembers that Dazai committed suicide. I just don't get. I don't know why they have to bring that up. I really don't. I don't think that's a good look. I think that's really distasteful. I'm trying to. I don't know what bothers me about it. Like, it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter that he did that. It really shouldn't matter. Like, it's not ironic. I don't think it's ironic. I just don't think that's the. It's just uncalled for. Yeah, I don't think that's. I don't think that was in good taste at all. I don't think that was a good idea. One, Kaguyaku Kitsue was such a big ripoff of Love Hina that it managed to release almost a half year before Love Hina manga started. I'll not let that down. There's also Run Mellows adaptation in Aoi Bungaku. Yes, there is. That one's an interesting one because they don't simply adapt it, but they have an interesting thing where it's a story about people putting on a performance of Run Mellows, and then there's like it's like a metatextual thing. It's really cool. The anime is weirdly dubbed, though I doubt it's any good. Yeah, I just don't think this was called for. It's taking a jab at a troubled person who take their own lives out of personal choice and relegating that to their art, which is fiction and not reality. Yeah, it's not the same thing. And I don't want to make the preaching of, separating art from the artist or something. It's not like that. To me, it's just a taste thing. It's just taste. Like, maybe I'm being a prude. Maybe I'm just being a prude. But this just, is really gross. I don't think it was necessary to say that. Isn't that weird how this guy had such a happy ending? And it's about the nature of friendship and the ability to keep friends. It has a happy resolution. It's bitterly ironic when one remembers that he committed suicide. Don't think you need to bring that up. No, thank you. I don't really like that. Full women. I just said it. But they said, yeah. The simple story, hinging on the nature of friendship and the ability to keep faith, has a happy resolution that is bitterly ironic when one remembers that Dazai committed suicide. No. If I get into it, it's just going to anger me immensely, but I think we all know why it's distasteful to say that. Yeah. I'm sorry to keep repeating it. But, or indwelling on it. I think we need to move on. I'm sorry. I gotta read that. I didn't write that down first, but it's so bad. It's really not good. I'm sorry to type it out too and everything. It's. Immensely bad taste. It's not making fun of them. It wasn't making fun of them. I want to be really clear. This is not to prod. They say bitterly ironic. I think they also think it's sad. But it's just not something you write in an encyclopedia like this. I just don't think it's relevant. I just don't think it was a good idea. I don't think it was a joke. I don't think it was a joke. I think they were trying to make a connection that, like, about the author and being informative about the author, but, like, Dazai is not only about his suicide. He's just not. I think it makes sense to talk about in the context of no longer human, perhaps. But even then, I would rather you focus on the text. And that makes it seem weird that I'm clutching my pearls about, like, mentioning creators and crediting them, but, like, not to bring up their, I don't know, any issues they have personally, you know? I just don't think that was the play. Eden did a much better job at covering this movie than these guys. I mean, to be fair, I don't think Eden even mention that it was based on a short story by Dazai. Imagine wanting to believe in someone good when you can, yeah. They're saying it's hypocritical. Yeah, right. They're like, oh, it's interesting and weird that, like, you of all people would write this story when you later did this. It's like, can you not? Can you not? Please? I mean, the only time I found jokes like this funny is in Looney Tunes and Tom and Jerry. And that was because they made them really over the top and unrealistic. These guys did not do that. I don't think it's a joke. I really want to insist immediately. I really want to defend them a little bit. A little. At least it's not in a crass, half-hearted joke type of thing. I think they really were trying to make, like, oh, isn't that interesting? Did they mention it in their No Longer Human anime segment? I don't think there... was there a No Longer Human anime segment? Oh, because there's Aoi Bungaku. Technically No Longer Human. Yeah, Ningen Shikaku and Run Melos by Osamu Dazai. So it's in Y. It's in youth literature. Aoi Bungaku. Let's see what they say about in Aoi Bungaku. I'm just going to read it silently first. Including No Longer Human and Run Melos by Osamu Dazai. Although the overall quality of scripting is uneven, this is a valiant attempt to use anime to attract young people to classic literature, compared to animated classics of Japanese literature. That's it? That's all they said about it? Guys. Okay, that's a different issue, but, like, that's just not a good article, but, like... Oh, but okay, well, no, they did not. They did not mention it. I'm just gonna search Osamu Dazai, and he comes up 4 times. Run Melos is one of them. Inspired by the writings of Osamu Dazai, and then that one, Aoi Bungaku. The comic books manga spin-off series is not the first modern version of Otogi Zoshi. Otogi Zoshi is based on a real story scroll, some of which predate their written versions by several hundred years. Novelist Osamu Dazai rewrote some of the stories for his 1945 compilation released in English as Cracking Mountain and Other Stories. They do not mention anything about that. And then Osamu Dazai inspired by the writing of Osamu... This is for Schoolgirl in 2006. Josei Ito. Inspired by the writing of Osamu Dazai, this short video depicts a long ago summer day in the life of a schoolgirl, computer artist, and printer Gozu's. They don't mention it either. They don't mention that either. So this is the only time where they really mention it. They didn't bring it up in a respectful manner. You don't need to say it's ironic to the ending. That's what I mean. Yeah, it's not respectful. I'm not saying it's... I don't want to say that... I want to say that they weren't saying it to be funny. But I agree that it was not respectful at all. Yeah, it's neat because Ryosuke Nakamura directed Run Melos in Aoi Bungaku. The atmosphere got really uncomfortable. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to keep dwelling on this. I'm just shook. Oh yeah, by the way, Otogi Zoshi I said was from my anime rap challenge. Oh yeah, okay. I forgot to mention this when watching the O part. Gotcha. Okay. Sorry to keep dwelling on this, fellas. I'm finished. I'm gonna keep going. I'm sorry to have a no comment. Okay, they do like the movie. They were positive about it. Run Melos. Real tension and urgency. Excellent art direction and design. Ravishing BGs. Oh, they do say the story was animated twice more for video for the classic children's series 1992 as a 30-minute stop-motion short, and again for the famous Japanese Fables series in 1997 as a 10-minute short. So they don't mention Aoi Bungaku. Because technically it's not like a real adaptation of it. It includes it, but it's a little different. It's not the same thing. Let me just check the first edition. Yep, it's still there in the first edition. No change. Alright, we're moving on. Sorry for that to take forever and being really uncomfortable. It's not your fault, it's theirs. Yeah. I'd be willing to believe that it's genuinely not a joke based on the fact that they didn't seem to have a sense of humor. They don't seem to have a sense of humor. Not a bad dig there, Zag Attack. But you know, I sense of humor is, I think, a subjective thing. Because I can find certain things funny and other things not. But I will say the track record is pretty low. I haven't really been laughing at a lot of their jokes, or things that seem like jokes. I can't tell. Hard for me to tell. I also can't detect sarcasm that well, so maybe I'm not the best reader for this. Maybe I'm a little too serious. Hey, come on, lighten up. Hey, come on, lighten up. Mm-hmm. I think they thought their Rave Masker article was prime comedy. Yeah. My body is tense from hearing that one, but I do agree they probably just wanted to throw it in there as documentarian or to draw some sort of unfortunate or informed connection. Yeah, just like, you know, sometimes I guess that can happen. But what's more tragic, I think, is that this went unchallenged for 13 years. This was in the first edition, and then nobody really said anything, or maybe they did, and then they didn't respond and they didn't change it. They kept it. And maybe they can make it. Maybe they make a defense or an argument for it, but I'm not going to be like. I don't think this condemns the entire book or anything. As much as the rest of this does, you know. But yeah, it's unfortunate. It could also be 2000's edgy humor. One thing from that decade I'm glad is gone. Can't wait to hear what they said about Run Dim. Okay, I'll read it out loud. Let's find out. It's in the first book too. In the 21st century, much of Japan lies underwater after a rise in sea levels. The nation becomes more expansionist in its outlook as it loses more Lebensraum and JSAS, capital JESAS, I guess it's an acronym, an arm of the military, is implicated in a corruption scandal. Green Frontier, an international ecology organization, discovers that JSAS has been earning foreign currency by taking nuclear disposal contracts, but then illegally dumping the waste in space. After such promising sub-pat labor beginnings, the two sides then start fighting each other with giant robots piloted by 14-year-old children. It's 3D CG, so the look changes for a new century, if not the plot. Yike. Let's see what they say. It's the exact same thing. Oof. Someone actually translated the Dreamcast game based on the series. Jesus! Yeah. It's like... Jesus! Jetix! Sorry. Dismissive. This just reminds me of the Ricky OED. Funny they didn't even mention that the show is all CG. No, they do. They're funny they don't even mention the show is all... No, they do. It's 3D CG, so the look changes for a new century, if not the plot. It was one of the early 3D TV anime. Oh yeah. Wow. Cool. Rune Soldier.
I am so close. Ugh. Wow.
What the fuck does that mean? This is a passive-aggressive comment. Let me read the whole thing. Wait. Oh, it's a new... Wait! It's a new art! This change! Oh! I'm sorry if I have to do this and I find out for myself first and then I tell you. I'm sorry to keep you in suspense. Let me read this first article and then read the third edition, and I'll read it live with you. The first edition says, Warrior Ryui is forced to share his quest with 3 pretty girls. Melissa, I'm reading the same one, right? Yeah, Maho Senshi Ryui. Melissa, Morel, and Janie, in a combination of the role-playing inspired fantasy adventure of Slayers with the Boy Meets Babes setup of Tenchi Muyo, created by Record of Lotus Wars' Ryo Mizuno, who should have known better. And, like, the fucking, who should have known better is like, okay, come on. But this is a new synopsis in the third edition. Let me read it. Platonic Chain was another one. I really like that one. Unrelated. What's an epic anime video game? I know you avoid video games because the addiction is real, though. Yeah, an epic anime video game? I actually don't know. But you're taught. If you want an epic anime video game, you ask Full Wind Man. You ask Full Wind. He knows all of them. He knows all the epic anime video games. I will divert the expertise to the expert. How would you define an epic anime video game? I could chime in with an answer to you guys. Yes, he could. Absolutely. So here's the third edition. Louis is the adopted son of the headmaster of the prestigious Magicians Guild and a beginning wizard. Unfortunately, he is also a hot-headed, muscle-bound lunk who prefers to use his fists to bash his way out, and usually before that, into trouble than to use magic. This is just Mashal. It just sounds like Mashal. When a party of female adventurers, warrior Jeannie, thief Meryl, and priestess Melissa, discover that they need a magician to complete their planned raid on a dungeon, the only one they can find who is willing is Louis. Meryl and Jeannie, having already encountered him in a less than ideal circumstances, reject his application. However, when he interrupts Melissa in the middle of a holy ritual to find the hero whom she is to serve, a man she imagines to be a stainless paladin, she discovers to her horror that her god has instead chosen Louis as her hero designate. Mayhem ensues, in a combination of the role-playing inspired adventures of Slayers with the Boy Meets Babe setup of Tenchi Muyo, created by Record of Lotus Wars' Ryo Mizuno, who wrote the manga, with art by Mamoru Yokota, which was serialized in Dragon Magazine and Dragon Jr. and supposedly set on an island north of Lotos. So they actually cut the little passive-aggressive, you should have known better. They cut that in the first edition. Character development. Wow. Wow! Not a complete revision, though. Maybe Robot Wars. Most anime games by Dimps, Aiding, and CyberConnect. Could have said Majora's Mask. That's not an epic anime video game. That's just an epic video game. Where are you getting anime from Majora's Mask? What do you mean epic anime video game? Oh, Okami is an epic anime video game. Like, no, that's not how this works. You get an anime first, and then a video game based on the anime. Super Robot Wars is also great. Do you have a system preference? They learned this time not to be mean. Amazing. No, it's because somebody told them. It was either someone emailed them and like, I'll write the article for you, or a trusted colleague told them, hey, change this one, do better. Or they had their own change of heart, and they actually watched the show, because it came out in 2001. Although, they knew that it was going to be 24 episodes, so I don't know. something happened. But yeah, that happens sometimes. Majora's Mask is a manga adaptation. Okay. Yeah, so does every other... Several... I shouldn't say every other. Several other Zelda games. I read the Oracle of Ages manga. It's good. Oh, okay, but look at Link's little face. He's got a little anime face. I hate to inform you. That's just Japanese character design. You just want... What, do you want a Japanese video game? Is that what you want? What's an epic Japanese video game? Pokemon is an epic anime video game. Yeah. But that one's more of like anime based on the game, right? When you say epic anime video game, I'm thinking like, I don't know, One Piece Pirate Warriors 4. But maybe then you'll be semantic and be like, oh, actually, it's an epic manga video game, Shabes. Okay. You got me. You got me. 4.5 hours. I wouldn't be able to stream this long and then be this meandering if it weren't for you guys. Thanks. The Card Captors board was actually a lot of fun if we were talking non-video games. The pandemic gave me a lot of time to research anime games. Yeah. Master Boy Omega Factor, Hamtaro games. Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. So totally different article. I'm going to say good one. I'm going to say good one on this article. Winky face. I already stirred the pot of calling it epic and anime. Yeah, you're right. Any anime game made by Treasure is also great. Hentai or Ham. Anime game is a nebulous term, but there are games that are obviously made to look like a generic anime. You can even say moe. Yeah. Because, like, you know, VTubers, right? Oh, it's like an anime avatar. No, they're not anime. Right? But that's what we think. Oh, anime girls playing video game. Sorry, anime boys and girls. Anime girls and boys. Okay, running. Boy. 1986. One of the first in the self-indulgent gaming tie-in subgenre. So just because it's based on a video game, it's self-indulgent? Ah, you know, the self-indulgent manga adaptation, Astro Boy. Like, because it's based on something? Like, what does this mean? Self-indulgent? What are you talking about? One of the first in the self-indulgent gaming tie-in subgenre. Same day as Super Mario Brothers. No, and like, that's key to say that they say it's released the same day as Super Mario Brothers, because maybe what they're trying to say is that this is like, oh, kids get trapped in a video game, and that's what makes it self-indulgent. Because they say it's like, the boy, yeah, his unfinished computer game Bee's Hive. The boys are trapped inside the game and must be guided out by Nomoto, who enlists the help of the famous Master Takahashi. And then they say one of the first in the gaming tie-in subgenre, released the same day as Super Mario Brothers, which I will also point out that the that Super Mario Brothers movie acts the same way, where they get transported into a video game-like world. Not necessarily a video game, but just like they get isekai'd almost in that movie. So maybe that's what they're talking about, but like it just reads as because it's based on a video game, it's self-indulgent. I'm gonna write that. Yeah, maybe because it's literally just trapped in a video game, but it reads as game adaptations, game tie-ins be self-indulgent. The Encyclopedia can help us understand what an anime is. Maybe we can read that. Yeah. I was watching a VTuber the other day, and they were all like, I don't care for anime at all. And then they talk about how they like One Piece, Precure, Shigatsu, Clannad, Michiko Dahachin. I'm thinking to myself, for someone who doesn't like anime, you sure do like a lot of anime. That's so, it's just, I hate it. It's very similar. It's a, it feels insecure. It feels insecure. Because they don't want to be like, I'm not one of those fans. Right? Like I said, self-indulgent gaming tie-in subgenre. What? I looked it up on Mal and it also states it was released the same day as Super Mario Brothers. Huh. Interesting. The two Capcom JoJo games are also good. It bombed at Japanese theaters, but game-based anime would dominate the 1990s, reaching their apotheosis with Pokemon. Okay. Yeah, and same thing here. Rural leader. 1970. That's. I'm just not even gonna look. I'm not even gonna fucking. Ugh. I'll look. I've been looking every time. Why not? God damn it. H-I-J, H-I-I. Inakape. Inakapi Taisho. Oh, it is in here. Oh, wait a minute. Inakapi Taisho, 362. They moved it. I'm glad I checked. What is it labeled as? Inaki Taisho. Oh. think it has an actual article, but let me just double check. Oh. Oh, there it is. Yep. Based on the 1970 manga by Star the Giant's creator Noboru Kawasaki? Ugh, not right now. Another of those works, Inakape Taisho, was animated by Tatsunoko in 1970. It's italicized, so there's no article actually. So, in fact, it's now has its own article. Rural Leader, Inakape Taisho. Not much to say about it. Okay. Oni Kenshin. What's going on? Good to see you, Bob. We're 4.5 hours into the stream. Lots happened. You know how it be. I don't want to delve into the worst thing about this, the worst part of this reading, the kind of the real oof moment, because I dwelled on it too long and it's very sour, dumb vibes. Yeah, the Full Man pretty much already brought it up. Yeah, so the mood, I don't want to bring the mood back down, but let's just, I will say it was during Run Mellows. If you skim back to I think you can rewind the stream. When I go to Run Mellows, say really distasteful comment that just wasn't necessary. We deemed it just wasn't necessary. Mal says it was released in 1986 and thought Super Mario Brothers came out in 85. Oh. Okay, Rurouni Kenshin. Let's read this one out loud. It's born and raised. It's 1878 in Japan, 11 years after the Meiji Restoration, and most of the revolutionaries have become just as corrupt as the government they once opposed. I'm gonna read like together the first and third, so I'm gonna be pausing a little bit. Weakening foreign influences have become ever stronger, and samurai have lost many of their past rights. Kenshin Himura is a former member of the revolutionary Ishin Shishi group, a reformed assassin who now uses a reverse-bladed sword to avoid ever killing again. He falls for the beautiful Kaoru Kamiya, the impoverished daughter of a swordsmaster whose school has fallen on hard times in the modern age. Kenshin stays at Kaoru's dojo, cooking and cleaning. Sorry, I lost my place. Cooking and cleaning. Where the fuck is it? Wait a minute. Ever killing again. He falls for the beautiful Kaoru Kamiya. He falls for the impoverished daughter of a swordsman who's fallen on hard times in the modern age. Kenshin helps her search for her father. Oh, they changed it. Yeah, they did change it. Well, good thing I looked. Good thing I was reading closely. Rurouni Kenshin. What they did in the first edition, because it began in 1994. Yeah, let me just finish the first edition says, Kenshin helps her search for her father's killer, a man who claimed to be the infamous killer Hitokiri Batosai. Kaoru is out for revenge, but Kenshin was the legendary Batosai, and he wishes to unmask the imposter. And then the new edition says, Kenshin stays at Kaoru's dojo, cooking and cleaning, while also finding the time to deal with some old enemies and scare off local ruffians and disaffected former students of Kaoru's school. So yeah, they changed that. He doesn't fall for her. One of her greater problems is that she loves Kenshin, but she's still hung up over his wife. Yeah. Yeah, they fixed that. I'm gonna put the book down here. Yeah, they changed. Oh, they do say he falls for the beautiful in both versions. But they do change that Kenshin helps her search for her father's killer, a man who claimed to be the infamous killer Itokiri Tosai. Kaoru is out for revenge, but Kenshin was legendary Batosai, and he wishes to unmask the imposter. 2. Kenshin stays at Kaoru's dojo, cooking and cleaning, while also finding the time to deal with some old enemy and scare off local ruffians and disaffected former students of Kaoru's school. Big change. Big change. And then the tone got even worse because I started talking about epic anime games and said he hated Majora's Mask. I said no such thing. Slander. Slanderous hugs. I did not say I hated Majora's Mask. I enjoy that game. James doesn't play that many games though, and Switch Online is terrible. It doesn't really matter about the Switch Online being terrible. I've played almost every Zelda game. I'm a very, very big Zelda fan. It will be very hard to see me. It'll be an actual challenge with everything that I'm planning to do in May, and then Tears of the Kingdom comes out May 12th. The fuck am I supposed to do about that? I'm fucked. I'm fucked. I'm so fucked. It's so ojer, as we've been saying on Wednesdays. He hasn't thought yet. Feels like you can't talk about Kenshin anymore without mentioning the author's a pedo. True. Solution is just talk about it and ignore the author. Kind of why I haven't written anything about love the show, but yeah, despise the creator. You mean like Minish Cap? That's my favorite. Nice. That's an interesting favorite. My favorite is Twilight Princess. Because vibes. And combat. But I think I've played Wind Waker more. I played Wind Waker even more. But I would say my 5 are Twilight Princess, Breath of the Wild, Original Zelda, Wind Waker, and Ocarina? My 5 is kind of interchangeable. There's a lot that I like. I like a lot of the games. Did you watch any of the trailers? I watched the hands-on. I watched several videos talking about their hands-on experience. Dude. I cannot with that game. I cannot. You played Zelda 2 yet? Yeah. Couldn't beat it without save states, but I did. I beat it eventually. I played it for a long time and really kept trying. I've tried multiple times, and it's just way too hard. And I kept giving up. And then one day I finally was like, fuck it, I'm finally gonna fucking beat this thing. And then yeah, I did. Finally, eventually, with maps and save states. I played a lot of Zelda 2, so I'm more partial to 2D. Hey, that's fair. Minish Cap, Link for Past, Fight Me, SNES fans. My favorite is Ocarina of Time 3D. Nice. Oh, you know what's a good 5th one for me? Link Between Worlds. I'm gonna go that. Wind Waker, and then number 5, Link Between Worlds. Very good game. Very, very good game. Anyway. Rurouni Kenshin began as a 1994 manga in Shonen Jump by Nobuhiro Watsuki, inspired in part by the true life story of Gensai Kawakami. a 19th century killer whose good looks often distracted his foes from his cold-blooded nature. Kawakami was useful to Japan's revolutionaries during a pre-restoration period of civil unrest, but a danger to the new order. He was imprisoned and executed on trumped-up charges in 1871. To add to the drama, Watsuki threw in a love interest and two more characters. The bratty kid Yahiko, supposedly based on the author's younger self, who was picked last for his school's kendo team, and the super tough Sanosuke, based on the semi-historical Sanosuke Harada, hero of Ryotaro Shimba's novel Burning Sword. The TV series adapts two major story arcs, beginning with the Tokyo sequence mentioned above, followed by the Kyoto plotline, in which another former revolutionary, Makoto, takes up Kenshin's old job, and with it a certain bitterness that the revolution hasn't gone quite the way he wanted it. Consequently, he plots to return Japan to chaos, but is thwarted by the actions of Kenshin and his associates. They do tweak that a little bit here, actually. Beginning with the Tokyo sequence mentioned above, and they, change Tokyo sequence in which Kenshin and Kao hunt for father's killer to, as mentioned above. This is followed by the Kyoto plotline about another former revolutionary, Makoto, plotting to seize power in Japan. Okay. To change Makoto. Plotting to seize power in Japan and being thwarted by Kenshin. To a more detailed, accurate synopsis. The final sequence from the manga, Revenge, was unfinished at the time that the anime reached that point in the story. Okay, they actually just changed it again. Okay, another change. I can't believe how many tweaks are in this article. Actually, I can kind of believe it, because this was at one point a very beloved series. Shame indeed. Revenge introduces a killer turned men to avenge the death of his sister, who, it transpires, was a spy sent to tease secrets from the young Kenshin, who fell in love with the boyish samurai, but soon died under mysterious circumstances. 2. A diatribe about filler. This is what they say in the third edition. Consequently, the final sequence from the manga, Revenge, was unfinished at the time that the anime reached that point in the story. Consequently, the Revenge arc was not adapted for the screen. Instead, episodes 63 through 95, the final episode being video only, of the series, went their own way, largely with filler episodes that had nothing to do with the manga. It is the loss in quality of these filler episodes that is credited with the serial's removal from the air. Although such a criticism seems churlish, churlish. 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 What does churlish mean? Seems churlish. Rude in a mean-spirited and surly way. Seems churlish. The criticism seems churlish when the filler episodes alone run for longer than many of Rurouni Kenshin's contemporaries. Interesting. And then they move on to say surprisingly popular in the U.S. To a diatribe about filler. Yeah. It's the loss of quality of these filler episodes that's credited with the serial's removal from the air. Yeah, okay. I love Majora's Mask and atmosphere, gameplay-wise, Wind Waker and Twilight Princess are the best, yeah. Also the thing about Watsky is a little more complex. Wasn't he arrested for keeping the things he bought before it was criminalized? IRC, they were super late criminalizing it. I don't know. I didn't look into it. But he was still arrested. He still committed a crime. He still did a very morally reprehensible thing. And his crime his punishment was a fine. I don't know if it was jail time. I don't know how much jail time there was. But it was a fine, at least, I think. I'm pretty sure. And then, yeah, that's kind of all he got. And so, a lot of people, the reason it keeps getting brought up is because there's no other repercussion for him. And a lot of people even hold it a kind of cancellation by association, where they really hold it against Oda, author of One Piece, for keeping in contact with Watsky. Of course, it's likely a much more widespread issue than this one alone. It's a pretty extreme case anyways. Right, extreme, and also the fact that they just mistook him for a dealer. It was just that extreme. People demonize him in the bubble for the aspects of that culture that allow them to do it. I think it's fine to criticize both. Japan has a lot of problems with that being the biggest one. I just wonder if they thought these things weren't taboo until around the time the law changed. I think that's the case. Literally, Twitter person that I follow a lot, this guy Ehoba, his account got suspended, and we're pretty sure it's because very shortly beforehand he posted a screen cap from Magical Pie Pie. It's like the precursor to Sailor Moon. It's like the live action tokusatsu type show that was like a transforming hero girl. And he posted a screen cap that he really shouldn't have. He really, really shouldn't have. And probably got suspended for that. So, like, it was probably... You might be onto something, Bob. That they just didn't see it as an issue at the time. But now they probably should. I'm sure there are many that call this crap out but got labeled as prudes. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I don't know anything about that part of the culture. It's pretty much why I usually avoid anime that glorifies this stuff. And that's up to the interpreter, if you think it glorifies that stuff or not. There's definitely some that do, and I think it's just a matter of being educated and not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. For me, I feel Oda is very ignorant about this stuff. I think if he knew the real impact of this crap, he'd change his tune. Sure. Probably. Anyway, I hate to make it all about this, because I know why I have to make it all about this. Because it's like, this is the only recourse you can give him. It's just don't support his work. Don't, surprisingly popular in the US in spite of featuring a hero who would have happily kicked Americans out of Japan. The Rurouni Kenshin TV series occasionally lapses into pointless comedy at the expense of its overall serious tone. The depiction of martial arts, however, while often not realistic, is respectful and detailed. Luckily, this doesn't slow down the action. The battle sequences are well staged and directed. Attractive design and characterization, and the emotional and spiritual intensity of the main characters make this an interesting and involving show. Same thing in the first edition. The movie takes the characters to Yokohama. This is a figure from his past. Saves the life of a type of bandit. In his old violent life, he killed Shigure's friend. Now Shigure is planning a coup against the Meiji government, believes he's corrupt and coercive as rogues. He fails and Shigure is killed. Kenshin is the betrayer of his former enemy and tests his vow never to kill him. Yeah, no change. The 1999 video series, released in English as Samurai X, is a flashback to Kenshin's youth, detailing the story of how he got the distinctive cross-escape charms. Three of the restrictions of the TV broadcast was much darker. The series also exists as a 125-minute movie edit with a fake widescreen appearance. Crucial moments of the plot were rerun in 3 clip shows. All 2 more compilations that portray fan favorite moments, though one is tempted to point out that a fan would buy the episodes anyway. A 2-part sequel features an appearance by Kenshin's son, while so they do also add 2011 New Kyoto arc, which retells the story from the point of view of the supporting character, and LA 2012 live action film. That's all. That's all they say in the 3rd edition as well. Honestly, this is one series I feel no guilt watching on the high seas. They may have made it illegal, but if you're looking at NHF with petite actresses, they most of the time pretend to be little, because there's a market for that over there. Yeah. Alright. RXXX. That was the last article in the 1st edition for R. RXXX is probably the last one. Prescription for Pain. 2002. It's not the last one, but okay. Sorry if it's just RXXX. It's prescription for pain. Like no shit. Based, as usual, on an erotic computer game. For reasons we do not comprehend, the publicity for the American release calls the protagonist Junuichi, whereas his name in the original Japanese version was Makoto. We don't think anyone's losing any sleep over it, though. Yeah, I'm not either. I forgot, I'm so sorry, that they were positive about Rurouni Kenshin. They really only mention TV series. Design and Characterization. Interesting and involving show. Mood is down again. I'm also just tired. But yeah. 4 hours then my mood is down after 30 minutes of my live stream. Yeah, yeah. Ryuko's. It's also just been you. It's just also just been for women and Bob this for a while. Everyone else has been kind of quiet. I'm approaching 5 hours actually, and it's nearing 11 p.m. for me. We were just too much talking. And this was 40 articles actually. This was supposed to be fewer articles. I've just been meandering a lot. There weren't even that many things. We just talked a lot, I think. So. Oh, this is not the last one either. Come on. Wow. I was about to wait for a unexpected gut punch, but no. Pedigree, like LOGH, author and creator of Vampire Princess Miyu. Fans are entitled to expect polished, intelligent entertainment, and that's exactly what the show delivers. Very positive. The pedigree, I agree, that's interesting. I've never heard of this show. Interested now. Ryu the Stone Age boy, Genshi Shonen Ryu. I just want to check that the first book didn't have that. Genshi. Genshi. Genso. Nope. New entry. New outfit. Ryu the Stone Age boy. 1971. I think I've been here all the time, had a nice hour-long walk in the middle. I don't have anything really to say. There's a big of a cat. Cats are good. Wow, I know everyone here. No, I was just... It's just a comment about... It's okay. I'm going to read about Ryu, the Stone Age boy. Great. Great. Spoilers. Great. Really, really big spoilers. Sorry for Ryu the Stone Age boy. Wow. Awesome. Really cool. I won't say what they are. would not have expected that twist at all. I'm a little disappointed. But for those people who find out without that twist, that's like, what the fuck? Wouldn't expect that from that show. But okay. Say less. They don't really, they don't say anything else about it, though. Okay. That is it. We did it. It's nearing 11 p.m. for me, so I'll be on for like 1 more minute. But thank you guys so much for watching and sticking around. I guess that was a particularly difficult reading, I guess, for different reasons. I'm just drained, I guess. I worked all day too. Thankfully, I have a pretty lazy morning tomorrow. I'm not gonna wake up early like I normally do. That's what I've been anticipating. But May is coming up soon, so we're gonna hopefully start to do the Tuesday and Friday. Still, I believe it's still gonna be that, but it could change. Shaves, awesome job, we did it. Yeah, I'm happy again. I'm really happy you guys are here for the ride. I'm sorry, I'm not as ganky as. I got lost, I deflated as soon as I hit Rurouni Kenshin. This is just a mood killer. Woohoo! Thanks, see you next time. See y'all later. Yeah. Okay, it's a great stream even when the confrontational stuff we had. Very stimulating and funny to play. Yeah, it's a good way to put it, for sure. Good to see you, Roger. And good to see you too, everyone. Thank you guys so much. See you Tuesday, hopefully. Yo, peace. We start S. Let's fucking go.